IA, and I did the copy
I would
paste
like
and
to
because I was,
congratulate all of you
under
for having been able to
hurry. So
discuss
as you
and
can
agree
see,
on
I
draft
haven't included air
resolution
pollution,
on
noise,
waste, electrical, and electronic equipment and
traffic,
finalize
transportation, water
its
effluent,
final
solid
session
waste,
of the
flora and
two-day
fauna,
conference.
hydrology, water, health and safety,
Modern Moon
economy.
marks
I
a great
didn't
success
mention
for
the
all of you
heritage
who
culture,
have
so
participated
it was
over
by
the
mistake.
last
Sorry for that.
2 days.
And thank
I
you
hope
for
you
telling me.
have had a great and memorable,
So much.
enjoyable experience. I
I'm
hope some
sure
of
the
you, if not all of
discussion
you,
must
will
have been
join
fruitful.
at
Request you
the
to please
Vietnam
stop
Model
sharing
United
your
Nations on
screen
Circular
so
Economy, funded
this
by
works.
United Nations on
I
Development
will
Program (UNDP) to be held
now
tentatively on
request
28th
Saurabh
of November
to just give
2021.
us a summary
Vietnam
of the
Model
day.
United Nations on Circular Economy will be half a day event in the format of general debates of the General Assembly of United
And I would
Nations.
request all other people
Applicants
to
will
please
be
mute
required to
their
set the
lines.
proposed debate for evaluation. 5 best proposed
Whoever is
debate
entering, please
will be
mute your
chosen
line.
to present within 7 to 10 minutes at the Vietnam Model United Nations conference
Am I
on
audible?
circular
Yes,
economy,
please.
following by EP to be held
Sorry for the background
I will now
tentatively on
request
28th
Saurabh
of November
to just
2021.
give us a summary.
this session
Vietnam Model
today.
United Nations on
Today
circular
has been
economy
very fruitful
were
with the solid waste
participating
management second
to
session.
the Vietnam Model United
If
Nations
we look at the sessions
2021
that we
will
had,
be
they
valuable
talked
experience
about
for all of you
the effect of solid waste
to
management or
extend
urban
your view
flooding. We
to
talked about
international
that in
community
Nigeria,
and international
as well as
donors,
CO2
which will help you to get
sequestration
future grants for
from
your
municipal
project
solid
and
waste
become
into
your
this sector.
employees in the future.
We also looked at
Once again,
the
please accept
plastics
my congratulations for
utilization,
all success after
circular
16
economic
days of
concepts for
vibrant
plastic
discussion and
packaging,
debates.
in
I
which we were
hope
talking
you all
about
will enjoy Green School
polypropylene
for helping
basically getting
Vietnamese
mixed
students access
with
UNESCO Global Citizenship Education
the virgin plastics
ECED,
getting mixed with
empowering
recycled
students to
one,
become
and
global
the
citizens,
environmental management plans followed
capable
with that.
of taking
We
on
also
active
heard about
roles both locally and
the
globally to
oil
face and
palm,
tackle global
that is a
challenges,
food crop
and
in
actively
biogas.
contribute
That was
to a just,
interesting as a
peaceful, and
co-digestion
tolerant,
with cow dung
inclusive, safe, and
to be
sustainable
utilized.
war.
And
Thank you
then
very much.
it was interesting to look at the indoor solid waste management integrated approach. And lastly, we talked about the waste management in Nigeria, which talked about many issues, and there were many linkages when we talk about the global economy, waste trade, and global waste challenges that we see across. So that was a fruitful session. I thank our chair, Ms. Vaishali Nathan, and the session. Back to Vaishali ji. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. I think it was a really fruitful session, and we look forward to more interesting deliberations in the near future. I hope the session was also useful for the presenters, and they got some useful feedback from us. Thank you so much.
I request all the delegates to please open your camera for photograph. Please open your camera for photograph, and also I request the chairs kindly send us the rating sheet and chair summary on the mail. Mail ID I already provided in chat box. We now close the session. We request all the participants to please join the next session in Hall 2, that is special session 4, Waste Management towards a more resource efficient and circular economy in Vietnam, timing 12:30 p.m. IST.
Thank you so much, Akhil, for your wonderful support. Thank you to you and your team.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Welcome, madam.
Thank you very much for everyone, and I hope to see you in the coming conferences.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Sơn ơi,
Dạ.
để cô đổi cái background bằng cái gì ấy nhỉ?
Okay, audio and video,
Chỗ này.
audio and video đấy ở trên thanh này.
Okay, yeah. Audio and video.
Xong rồi vào trên virtual background.
Thank you. Mỗi một cái nó lại một kiểu nhé.
Và cái này nó là phần mềm vừa mới.
Good afternoon everyone.
Good afternoon.
Chào chị Hà, chào các chị.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Phải loa rồi ạ. Nếu không bật cái này anh tắt cái ở chính lại.
Xin các chị chờ một chút cho đến giờ.
Sơn nói ở đầu tiên à? Sơn. Ok.
Nothing but. Cái này nói to. I'm sorry.
Lát nữa em phải chạy xin phép anh Thắng là cho em nghe thôi nhé, tại vì em có một cái lớp mình em cũng phải đang phải dạy. Xin mở ra thì nghe dập mõm chạy ra chạy vô. Ok.
Thế bên Hà ai trình bày Hà ơi?
Bên em là có bạn Sơn đang chuẩn bị với cả bạn Trinh ạ.
Ok.
Vâng ạ, có rồi anh ạ. Dạ. Rồi, em cảm ơn ạ, em cảm ơn các anh chị.
Good afternoon, everyone. Em chào anh Thắng ạ.
Good afternoon, xin chào các anh chị.
Good afternoon, everyone. We will start the session at 12:30 p.m. IST.
So, should we waiting for Professor Ghosh?
Yeah, we'll start the session, then Professor Ghosh will come according his time.
He will be the co-chair of the session, right?
Yeah.
So let's wait for a few more minutes.
Yeah.
Thấy nào nhỉ?
Dr. Tang, how are you?
Hello, Professor Sunil.
Nice to see you.
Nice to see you again.
Yeah. This is the only way we can see because I can't come to Hanoi.
We hope you can come very soon.
Yeah. That's the hope. Now I was especially interested in joining this session because I just finished the last session on small islands, and then we just finished it. But this session is very interested to me because, as you know, I'm very passionate about Vietnam. So hopefully we'll have a good presentation. Yesterday, Anne did a nice presentation as well. Yeah. So how are you? Yeah, why your camera is like going to the moon?
Talking to me?
Right. Yeah. Now it's okay.
Professor Resoure. How are you?
Yeah. No, the camera is not right. Still not got it right.
Still not okay.
Yeah. Now we can see. Now stop there. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
So how is life? Busy?
Good. Yeah. Just yeah. That's good. So yesterday we had a good presentation from Anne about the sharing economy. It was well presented. So today I have a lot of presentations from Vietnam, about 5 or 6.
Yes, there will be 8 presentations. Yeah. Tôi còn lại thêm được anh tặng nó xin cho về sau này em lúc em sang chia hội đồng phải nghe nhé. Ok.
Am I audible to everyone? Hello? Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to everyone. Myself, Rohim Dasgupta, on behalf of ISW, MAW, and other partner organizations, welcome all to the special session 4, Waste Management towards a more resource efficiency and circular economy in Vietnam. It's an honor having amongst us Chair, Associate Professor Nguyen Binh Tho, University of Economics, HCMCT, and Co-Chair, Professor Shadham Kumar Ghosh, Jadavpur University, India, and Facilitator, Dr. Nguyen Phang Thanh, Researcher of Faculty of Electrical and Electronics Engineering, as session chairs. All participants in the special session are to remain in the default mute mode. Speakers may be unmuted only when requested. On request, the camera may be put on, else it will be off. All the presentations will be rated for ICON SWMCE Excellence Award 2021. I request respective responsible persons to kindly put the rating for each of the presentations on the rating sheet which is already provided to you. I request to adhere to the duration of presentation time of 12 minutes to avoid delay. The question and answer session will be at the end of all presentation. Questions and queries may be asked only in the chat box to specific speakers. The chairs kindly write the chair summary of the session present at the session end and send it to our email. I request all presenters to kindly confirm their attendance in the chat box. Please make a note. I repeat, all the presenters kindly confirm your attendance in the chat box. I request the chairs to kindly start the session with your opening speech.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nguyễn Trung Thắng. I come from the diaspora Vietnam. So to start the session, I would like to introduce Associate Professor Nguyễn Đình Thọ, the Director General of the Institute of Strategy and Policy on Natural Resources and Environment, Vietnam, will have a speech. Please, Professor Thọ.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Thang. Dear Professor Dasan Kumar Ghosh, Chairman of the 11th International Conference on Sustainable Waste Management and Circular Economy and the IPLA Global Forum 2021. The International Society of Waste Management, Air and Water, Chief Coordinator of the Center for Sustainable Development and Resource Efficiency Management, Southern World University. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, on behalf of the Institute of Strategy and Policy on Natural Resources and Environment, I would like to thank Professor Sadan Kumar Ghosh and Southern World University for inviting ICON to participate in the 11th International Conference on Sustainable Waste Management and Circular Economy and the IPLA Global Forum 2021, and also co-chair the special session Waste Management towards a more resource efficiency and circular economy in Vietnam. Like many countries, Vietnam is facing serious effect of the COVID-19 pandemic. The pandemic development is complicated, causing negative impact on the social economic development, posing challenges and risks that make it difficult for Vietnam to fulfill its sustainable development goal by 2030. The pandemic also led to the increased waste in large volume. Medical waste has increased dramatically up to 2 to 4 times in hospital due to an increase in clothing, masks, and gloves, along with equipment, needle, syringes, and other instruments and medicine. Domestic waste, especially plastic and packaging waste, single-use plastic products, and food waste is also increasing rapidly. The Institute of Strategy and Natural Resources and Environment is an agency under the Ministry of Natural Resources and Environment that researches and advises on strategy and policy on resource management, environmental protection, and response to the climate change. Over the last 15 years of development, we have obtained many achievements contributing to the development of the natural resources and environment sector and sustainable development. We have been researching and participating in the development of policy on environmental protection in general, circular economy, and waste management in particular. Currently, in Vietnam, the Law on Environment Protection 2020 has been passed, and the decree guiding its implementation is under construction, completing the legal corridor with a new policy to promote stronger waste management. So as a regulation on encouraging the development and application of the economic model, separating waste a sort and collecting fee according to the volume waste generated, carrying out the responsibility of recording, recycling, treating discarded product and packaging from manufacturer and importer. Developing a roadmap to ban the production and consumption of single-use plastic product and a roadmap to limit direct landfill of urban solid waste. At this session, a group of experts from Vietnam will bring the most updated research related to the waste management. This is an opportunity for us to share and discuss solutions to improve the efficiency of waste management in coming time in Vietnam's circular economy. Expanded producer responsibility, EPR, waste management technology, policy on management of plastic waste, microplastics, and other type waste, etc. On that basis, I would like to announce the opening of the special section in waste management toward a more resource efficiency and circular economy in Vietnam. Once again, I would like to thank Professor Saran Pumagos, Zadabwork University International Society of Waste Management, Air and Water, International Partnership for Expanding Waste Management Service of Local Authority, IPLA, and the collective of experts and delegates attending the conference today. Wish our conference a great success. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Thor. Following, we would like to invite Professor Satan Puma Ghosh to deliver his speech. Please, Professor Ghosh.
Hello. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, my friends from Vietnam and other countries. Good afternoon, Professor Dr. Thang, the chair. I am very much pleased to be here with you, and it seems by seeing the face that I am in Vietnam now. So it is also a good venture by the team in Vietnam led by Dr. Thang that he would manage to bring a number of researchers and also the stakeholders in this big conference where nearly 47 countries participation is happening. I have been in Vietnam, not frequently, but I visited and I have seen a number of waste management facilities. And most importantly, what impressed me, some of my friends gave presentation to me, which is mainly the recycled item. And even today, if you come to my house, you will find that at least 2 of those are displayed on the wall, which are made of recycled material from Vietnam. It seems that there is a good venture of business model using different types of waste in Vietnam. I wish that this type of initiative will be supported by the researchers and specifically the IPSNORE to have more waste becomes valuable in our society, and that will help not only reducing the environmental damage, that helps in reducing the extraction of natural material, natural resources, that will help in generating revenue, that will help in expanding the employability and employment in the country. So if Vietnam can do it, that's a great job which will be done not only for the country but also for the world. The second thing which I have said, I have a group of people who are my co-researchers in the circular economy initiative. 2019 or possibly 18, we started writing a book, and some of the experts here who contributed in that particular book, which has been released, and we are also in the process of developing another literature, another book where I will invite more people from Vietnam. The third thing which I am interested is the research in universities supported by the government. I heard that there are many funding from the national government which are given for small researches in the university. So I'm very happy that Vietnam is progressing very well with respect to the waste management and circular economy implementation is concerned. And I mean, like India, you know that in last 7-8 years, we have done a lot more work with an initiative of mainly our regulations, national regulations were totally revised based on the circular economy and the 5R. And I wish that in Vietnam there will be such initiative to revise the existing and the old law, because you know that old rules and regulations were not based on the circular economy. It's a very new initiative. So there are a lot of scopes in the national legislation where you can impregnate the concept and the implementation status and the monitoring with respect to the implementation of effective waste management, circular economy, and the resource efficiency. So I wish that all this will happen very soon with the support and the manpower of Vietnam. Vietnamese are very smart. I am very much impressed with my friends in Vietnam. So with this, I wish the grand success of this session, and it will be meaningful for all the delegates who will be attending throughout these 4 days. Wish you all the best. Thank you very much. And I'll be here. But you know that all 4 halls are running, so I have to go here and there. So many a time I may not be attend this conference, but I'll be attending the online, recording system, so that I know what will be happening here. Thank you very much, and over to the chair, my friend, Dr. Tham.
Thank you very much, Professor Roach, for your kind words about Vietnam and about Vietnamese scientists in the field of waste management. We have here Professor Nguyễn Thị Kim Thái from Civil University of Hanoi, Professor Ha from the National University of Hanoi, Professor Quang and colleagues from the Hanoi University of Technology. These are the leading Vietnamese experts in the field of waste management. And we are happy to see here also Professor Sanin Herat from Griffith University, Australia. We are happy to see here also Professor Viswanathan from the IIT Bangkok, Thailand, and many colleagues from India, Vietnam, and other countries. So our program today, in our session, there will be 8 presentations on the 8 studies in Vietnam waste management. So without any delay, I would like to introduce Dr. Lai Văn Mạnh from Resoure, Vietnam, will deliver his presentation on circular economy policies and legislation framework in Vietnam. Please, Professor Dr. Mạnh, you have 10 minutes.
I'd like to thank the Dr. Nguyễn Trung Thắng for invite and introduce me for the conference. Yeah, can you hear me?
Good afternoon. Follow down on you.
Yeah. So my presentation is the topic of my presentation is the circular economy policy and legislation framework in Vietnam. The content of my presentation include 3 components. The first, we have some information about the Vietnam's context in the transition into the circular economy. And second, I will introduce about the circular economy in the policy and legal framework in the Vietnam. And finally, I introduce the draft of the regulation of the circular economy in the degree on implementation of the law and the environmental protection in the Vietnam. Yeah, in the context of Vietnam, due to as a the development of economic, Vietnam also facing with a lot of problem about the waste emission and due to the urban need, industrial and the urban migration also is a big problem in the Vietnam. We are facing with the problem of the waste management, including the water waste, solid waste, and the air waste, something like that. So it's a big problem in my country. So it is major reason that the Vietnam try the circular economy as a major model in the next barrier. This is some figure reflect about the characteristic of the Vietnam solid waste. The municipal solid waste generation in the Vietnam will estimate about 28 million tons and forecast to 55 million tons by 2030. Yeah, and the major of component of the solid waste are organic material, including the food waste, paper, clothes, transport, garden waste, something like that. So it is some picture, and the popular model of the municipal waste collection in Vietnam is as a figure in this slide. Yeah. This is some information about we understand about the circular economy in Vietnam. We also study about the concept of circular economy, the principle of circular economy to propose for the government to accept the concept of circular economy in the policy and legislative framework in the Vietnam. Yeah. In the practical, we also study about the circular economy. In the practice, we also have some the model. Some the company they apply the circular economy in the practice, but it is still limitation in my country. For example, in agricultural sector, in mining sector, and in the construction, something like that. Yeah, now in the circular economy in the policy in the Vietnam since 2019, Vietnam start to study about and propose the new social economic development strategy, and circular economy also mentioned in the national strategy for the social economic development in the Vietnam in the period of 2021 to 2030. The major Vietnam encourage the development of CE for the integrated and production process in the Vietnam. Especially in the another strategy in the Vietnam, we also mention the concept of circular economy into the next period. For example, the circular economy also mentioned in the national strategy for the green growth in the Vietnam. Yeah. In particularly in the law on the environmental protection, that the National Assembly in the Vietnam also approved in the last year, and the circular economy also is one article in the law. In this article, we have four the clause. The first is the concept of circular economy, and second, the law also requires the ministerial, naval agency, and provincial people should be integrate the circular economy into the development strategy, master plan, program, and something like that. Also have one clause mentioned about the responsibility of the enterprise and the business sector to apply the circular economy. Especially in the law also requirement the responsibility of the government to develop the criteria, the roadmap, and mechanism to encourage the implementation of circular economy in the Vietnam. In the law, we also have a lot of the instrument to support for the circular economy. For example, we have some article about the eco product, technology available, promoting green procurement, something like that, extended to reduce responsibility, and promote the recycling market, green bond, and some incentive regulation. This is legislative framework in the Vietnam. Yeah, and now is I suppose that we also have a responsibility to propose for the MANRA to develop the degree of the implement the circular economy on in depth, and after to study about the international efficiency and the concept of circular economy. Yeah.
Uống nước ấm vào.
We also propose for the government the content of the detail of the circular economy in the draft of degree to, on the guiding the implementation of circular economy. The first we have the article about general provision of circular economy, including the three components of the criteria. First is the economically and rationally use of land use, water resources, mineral resources, and marine Iceland resource, something like that. The second component is extended the use time of material, equipment, product, food, and component. And the adverse impact on the environmental, reducing waste and reducing the degree. We also have a requirement about the responsibility of the ministry to develop the specific criteria and specific indicator for the circular economy in the next period. We also have some responsibility of the Ministry of Natural Resources on and environmental on the development of the circular economy in the Vietnam. For example, the MANRA will have a responsibility to develop a national action plan it to the Prime Minister promulgation before the 2020.
Ban duy tu ở Sở Xây dựng á.
So have the responsibility of MANRA to building and operating the platform to connect the information and sharing data on the application of circular economy and something like that. And another ministry we also in the degree also mentioned about the responsibility of relevant ministry and provincial committee on the development the detail the criteria or implement the circular economy in the Vietnam. Yeah, some regulation about the enterprise. We also have mentioned about the NIA to encourage the enterprise they apply the circular economy in the practice. Yeah, in the incentive policy, we also have some from the state, for example. Yeah, and this is some the incentive policy we propose for the government. Yeah. And in the next period, we also have a lot of tasks. The first, we have to develop the national action plan. The second, we have to develop the detailed criteria for the different level various field in the Vietnam. And we also have to organize the training guiding for the implementation of the CE for our stakeholder and field in the Vietnam. So it is some quick information about the circular economy policy and legal framework in my country. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ram. To be regulated circular economy in the law on environmental protection of Vietnam. Now, the second presentation, I would like to introduce Dr. Đinh Quang Hưng from the Hanoi Technological University to present about the assessment of impact from extended producer responsibility system to the recyclable waste flow, the case of the plastic packaging in Vietnam. Please, Dr. Hưng, you have 10 minutes. Dr. Đinh Quang Hưng, are you in the in the room? So maybe Dr. Hưng, he missed his place. I would like to introduce
Hello.
Văn Đình Sơn Thọ to present the presentation on converting municipal solid waste into solid fuel by hydrothermal process. Please. Em gọi Kim Hưng đi. Nói. Thế thì đó sao? Bài sau bài của họ. Yes, Professor Tom, start your presentation. Professor Tom, please unmute your micro.
Okay, so can you hear me?
Yes, it's okay now. Yeah.
So thank you for the introduction. So I will very briefly introduction about my work. It's a collaboration between university and the local community for trying to convert the municipal waste to the solid fuel. So as already mentioned about the last speaker, so we have coped with a huge amount of municipal waste at daily use. Currently, Vietnam, most of the waste are dumping, but nowadays we are shift to the utilization of the waste for the material and for the fuel. And currently in Vietnam, we have two kind of technology for incineration. The first one is a domestic production. All of the capacity below 300 metric ton per day were local produced by our company. So we use a reciprocating rate for incineration, and which is a very economic capex cost in order to cope with the low tipping fee for treatment of the municipal waste. So this technology is locally production. So it adapt with the local regulation for the flue gas treatment. And nowadays we have very huge capacity of incineration with the 400 metric ton per day. So this is all is a waste convert to energy, and 100% is imported technology from China, and it's very high OPEX cost and high CAPEX cost, and with the payback period is about 20 years. So there are very short comparison between the technical configuration between the local product and the international product for the incineration process. So I will not go in detail about this, but I just want to say that we already control the local production about the incineration by reciprocating rate. So what about the consumption of the coal in Vietnam? So Vietnam every year exploit about 40 million tons of coal. However, we import a lot of coal for energy demand. So as you can see here, we import in 2020, we import 45 million tons of coal for energy demand. So why we weigh a lot of the waste and we have import a lot of the coal. So it would be better if we can convert the waste into the alternative fuel can be reduced for the energy demand. So there are some specification of the coal that produced in Vietnam. So you can see here, so we have very low quality of coal with sulfur content is about 7%, and the heating value is around 4,000 to 500,000 kilocalories per kilogram. And we have imported corn from Indonesia and Australia. It's better quality and with a high heating value, with a heating value about 5,600 kilocalorie to 6,100 kilocalorie with a very low sulfur content. So as you know, the hydrothermal treatment can be convert the biomass into the alternative fuel like corn. And as you know, Vietnam and other ASEAN countries, the waste, a lot of the, it's a municipal waste, we have a lot of the organic one, like food waste, like wood. So all of this will be very difficult to incineration because it's very low heating value. That's why we're thinking that the hydrothermal treatment would be useful process for convert the municipal waste into the solid fuel. So this is a collaboration between our university with the local community in the Quảng Ngãi province. This is a pilot system for hydro treatment with the capacity about 300 liters. And we carrying out the experiment at the 230 degrees C. After 45 minutes, we can convert the municipal waste into solid fuel. So this is a final product we have to analyze with the high heating value about 4,005, approximately 4,500 kilocalorie per kilogram. So this is equal to the low quality corn that we exploited domestically. When comparison with the sulfur and chloride content, it is much lower than the local corn produced in Vietnam. So by this innocent reason, we can say that we can be use this solid for co-combustion or co-combustion for the energy sector, such as the cement plant or such as power plant. And this is the ash composition we already evaluated by our product. So when we compare our product with the imported one from Indonesia, of course, the Indonesia corn is better with high calorific value and with a low sulfur content. So, however, we can replacement of the imported one. So, in order to identify more detail about the combustion behavior, so we use a thermal analysis to characterization the combustion of the solid fuels that produce hydrothermal process in the left, and in the right side is the combustion of the Indonesia corn that's imported that were used in Vietnam now. So with the thermal analysis, the result, we can evaluate the combustion correct replacement, just thinking about the core combustion. So in order to persuade the company to invest in the system, we have to simulation the honest plane. So with the plane about 240 tons, we have the 4 units. The unit 1 is a hydrothermal reactor. The unit 2 is a biosolid dehydration area. Unit 3 is a solid flame combustion. And the unit 3 is a wastewater treatment because, as you know, hydrothermal using a lot of water. So wastewater treatment is also important for the plant. Wow, so I can move to the next. So there are some technical and economic analysis that we design and we calculating. So we use a capital investment for the plan. The cost of the own plan is about $9 million US, including land, civil engineering, and equipment. So this is a sand revenue. We have revenue.
Chưa làm văn bản báo cáo ủy ban về mấy cái chuẩn bị đầu tư đi.
We have a tipping fees for treatment of the municipal waste. We have a fee for selling the solid fuel, and based on the product and the OPEX cost, we can estimate the final values and economic criteria for return of investment, net present value, or interest rate of the return of the project. So very shortly introduce about our activity. So we can conclude that municipal work was successfully converted into solid fuel up to 240 that are daily used for the energy sector. We also test for the comparison of combustion behavior of the solid fuel with the imported fuel. And we also done in the simulation process 240 metric ton solid fuel, and we apply technical and economic analysis also evaluated. So what is in the future we are looking for at this conference? We want to collaboration because Vietnam now is booming and very shortage of the coal. So we searching for the collaboration with the topic one is the alternative fuel producing from municipal waste, for example, refuse-derived fuel or solid fuel production. And secondly, we want the technology to using the alternative fuel in the energy sector, for example, cement plant. Is a topic one we want to collaboration. And the second one is relating to the incinerator. Now we can incinerate, we can design and building 5 metric ton per hours, 3 metric ton per hours. But with the large capacity 5 metric ton per hours, we have to collaboration. And especially we want to collaboration with the companies that can support design and fabrication the industrial waste with 2 metric ton per hours. And the last one, we want to collaboration with the flue gas treatment. We want to apply the dry and semi-dry process. Now most of the Vietnam using the wet process for cleaning the flue gas. So we want to collaboration with the company to adapt the application of the flue gas treatment by semi-dry and dry process. And thank you very much. This is my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Thor, for your very interesting presentation, the result of your study on the transformation of municipal solid waste into the fuel. I think this study is very much practical. So if you have any question, please, we will leave at the end of the session. Now, I would like to come back to Dr. Đinh Quang Hưng from the Hanoi University of Technology on his presentation on assessment of impact of the EPR system to the recyclable waste flow in case of the plastic packaging. Please, Dr. Hưng, you have the floor. Please unmute your microphone.
Hello, could you see my slide and sound?
Yes, we can see your slide and can hear you very well.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Professor and everyone. So on behalf of our group research, I would like to present our research with the title Assessment of the Impact from Extended Producer Responsibility System to the Recycle Waste Flow, and a case study for the plastic packaging in Vietnam. Actually, due to the effect of the COVID-19, so now we cannot get the final data to show the calculation and also the source analysis of the EPA to the recyclable waste flow. So in the today presentation, we just showed our approaching methods and some initial data of our research. So today our presentation is have the four parts. So we have the small introduction, and the second is the flow of the plastics in Vietnam, and also about the EPA in Vietnam, extended producer responsibility in Vietnam, as well as some of the initial reason for the impact from the EPA system to the recyclable flow, and the initial conclusion. So for the first part in the introduction, So as we may know about the plastic industry grow in the world, also in the Vietnam, and during the period time of from 2010 and up to now, so the plastic industry is grow very with a high rate. So it's about the annual increase from 16 to 18%, and so more than 1,700 plastic producer, which are the domestic company, and it's account for the 85% for foreigner company account for the 15%, and most of the plastic producer are located in the southern part of Vietnam, and while in the 14% is located in the northern part and 2% in the central part. And you can see here in the figure on the right side the structure of the plastic enterprise by sector or by the geography. And so most of the plastic enterprise is packaging. It's accounted for the 41%, and also it's here is some the figure about the plastic industry flow in Vietnam is separated by the upstream and downstream flows. And for the downstream, we consider here is a company which includes the producing the plastic product as well as the recycling sectors. And currently, for the upstream sector, so only capable for the producing 4 types of the material, plastic material like PVC, PP, PET, polystyrene, or and so on. And so meanwhile, in the downstream sector, so there's many other different type of the plastic. So that means we have to import many other type of the plastic for the production in Vietnam. So for the plastic packaging, so it's account for around for more than 1,700 our almost 6,000 plastic producer is account for the 30%, and 66% of the annual plastic export value is packaging plastic, and for the other information from our survey, that's so by the end of the 2019, so there were about more than 50 enterprise was licensed for the import of plastic products as the production materials like PE, PET, polystyrene, PVC, or PP. So it's in this picture. So we saw first the data for the in 2018. So total this on the right side, this the quantity in the 1,000 ton of the plastic waste were collected for the recycling and plastic waste imported. So for the total, it's 50% of the plastic were recycling includes for the formal sector and the informal sector. And for the among that, about only 6% were recycling was domestic plastic waste were recycling. And so this is we saw the stakeholder for the waste flow in Vietnam includes from the input and the output of the system. For the output system, it includes from the consumer, from the collection system, and also the treatment facility like treatment, like for the landfill site, for the waste incinerator, or energy recovery, or the hazardous waste treatment plant. So in this figure, we saw would like to show about the mass balance of the plastic waste by the sector, and on left column is about the input and right column is for the output. So for the inputs, for the input, like for example in the packaging, so the inputs is mainly focused on the long-lived product and a short-lived product, and for the all the other is for long-lived product is not much for the amount of the plastic use. And in this slide, we try to show the increasing of the import of the plastic scrap. It raising about almost 2 times from 2016 to 2019, and it's and in 2019 it's around 2.3 million tons of plastic scraps or plastic waste were imported to Vietnam. And actually, as mentioned, so there was only the company have the license can import scrap from the outside country to Vietnam. So as the data shows that only 54 company was have the license, and among that among the plastic group, so it's a highest have the highest recycling rate in the Vietnam. And this figure is showing the increasing of the import plastic scrap in the period of 2016 to 2019. And related to the extended producer responsibility in Vietnam. So actually we have the many we have the law, also the decision for the regulated for the responsibility of the producer for the to treat the waste flow. So for example, in 2005, so we have the law on environmental protection, and also the decision in 2013 on also it's they regulate for the take back of the and to treat the discard product, as well as the law on environmental protection in 2014, and also the recently we have the law on environmental protection 2000 in 2020. So it's more clearly indicate about the regulation and synchronize the EPR, Standard Producer Responsibility Promotion System in Vietnam through the Article 54. And as you can see on the slide here, it's the Article 44 is showing the recycling responsibility of the producing and importing organization and individuals. So I would like to skip this slide because of the time limitation. So from the law on 2020, so we have to make the decree or the guideline to implemented for the law of the 2020 for the EPA. That means for the recycling responsibility implementation of the producer. So on this decree, draft decree, so it's showing the self-organizing for the individual contract with the service providers and authorized third party to perform obligation as PROs, financial contribution to the Vietnamese EPA funds. And besides that, so 4 times of the responsibility of the producer. So that includes for the manufacturer legal obligation or economic obligation or management obligation or information obligation. So the most important is the how to say this type of 4 times for the company or the industry to have the extended producer responsibility. I would like to keep this one. And from that, so we have to figure out the impact of the EPA system to the recyclable flow. Actually, as I mentioned earlier, so we have because we have the effect of the COVID-19, so we cannot connect with the industry and to get the data and to show the or to conduct the analysis to show the effect of the EPA system to the recyclable flow. So in this one, actually we have like how to say some initial reason about from the survey. So that's it's the most important is we have the formal sector and the informal sector for the plastic recycling, and for the for the formal sector, that's use the plastic about for around 80% of the import scrap, and it's account for an average of the 20% of domestic plastic scrap in the imports. So it's equivalent to around 800,000 tons, and maximum plastic packaging volume that is needed to the recharge and recycle is supposed to be 10% of the inputs, or mostly made around 300,000 tons, and the number is smaller to compare with the capacity of the formal sectors. And another thing is the problem is that only the formal sector can be deal with the scrap flow from the EPR system. That means that the producer implement this responsibility to meet the mandatory recycling rates, and an important flow of the domestic scrap should move from the informal sector to the formal sector. It means that the market need narrow for the informal sector products. And the second is the Vietnam. We have the many very active and effective the collection system for the available scraps, as well as the existing of the informal recycler. And it is very important to consider the integration of them into the EPR system. And the last is the reforming. And the last is the reforming is needed for the informal sector, and collection on the dismantling center to involve them in the new management system. That means we have to consider the role of the informal sector for the recycling of the waste, plastic waste. And we have we found that to meet the requirement of the EPA system. So actually,
you have 3 minutes, please.
Thank you. So the informal sector should change from the small scale old technology have to change into the new apply the new technology and more friendly environmental technology that can be comply with the requirement from the law regulated by the government, and some other is we need for more craft standard and or another standard for the product and for the recycling procedure and environmental related to the recycling field to make sure the EPA system can work. And some figure those the stakeholder can have to adapt so that they can join into the system for the recycling. And this is some our initial conclusion for our research. So the first one is the most important is the EPA for the implementation. So we have to change the flow of the plastic scrap. So where the formal sector can take control of the flow, and under the EPA system and supporting for the legislation and financial tool. So that's all of our presentation today. So thank you very much for the kind attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ding Quang Vinh, for your interesting presentation on the EPR system impact on the recyclable waste flow. In this case, is the plastic. Your presentation introduced the return on the how to integrate the informal sector into the EPR system in Vietnam. In the plastic sector. Next, I would like to introduce Professor Nguyễn Thị Kim Thái from the Civil Hanoi Civil Engineering University to present the study on hazardous waste management in Vietnam, current situation and orientation in the future. Please, Professor Thái, you have the floor. Professor Thái, please unmute your micro. So maybe I saw Professor Thái in the room, but maybe she get out for a short time. So I would like to invite the next presenter, the Dr. Trần Đình Trinh, on the presentation of study on characteristics of plastic waste and microplastic waste at dumpsite landfills in the north of Vietnam.
Thank you very much. Just a moment. Can you hear me?
Dr. Trinh, I'm sorry, Professor Thái come back and maybe we would...
Is that okay now?
Okay, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry. Did you see the presentation?
Yes, we see very well and hear you very well.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. So on behalf of our team, I would like to present some information concerning with the hazardous waste management. Can see from Vietnam that in relation with some other countries like Cambodia, Thailand, Laos, Myanmar, Bangladesh, and India. So the location of Vietnam is closer to country. So the Vietnam now, the population is increased up to the 97 million. People with the growth rate is 1.14%. Can see the also the in the law of environment protection. So we have the definition of hazardous waste is a very clear pointed in the law. It is similar with other country and with international term is a waste that contain substances, combination of the substances having one of the characteristic that can cause direct danger substances that cause danger to the and human health. The sources of the hazardous waste as from industry, medical, activity, as well from other sources. And major sources is from industry. You can see some picture of the from industry and sludge from the wastewater treatment facility. So in Vietnam also now the industry is a development quickly. Up to the 2019, we have the 335 industrial zone or parks in the whole country, of which 256 industrial parks are in operation. For the health system, we also developed a lot in recent years. So we can account in 2020, we have number of the public hospital, as well as communal health station and private hospital, with a total of 300,679 beds. Number of the first class and special class hospital right. You can see here is a different kind of the hospital and the activity. Along with the development of industrial and urbanization, many different type of waste from human, like industrial and domestic, and to increase quantity of waste, large quantity of waste is coming from industry, especially from industrial part. Waste from the quantity of the collected and treated during the period from 15 to 2020 is increased from 200 ton per year in 2015 and 650,000 ton per year in 2016, and up to the 2020 it increased up to 2 million ton per year, of which quantity of generated or connected medical solid waste in the country was around 24,000 ton per year. With the significant increasing in single-use consumable for treating of COVID-19 patients since last year, for taking sample of screening or for concentrated isolated area, the amount of hazardous waste from the we mean that the hazardous medical waste has been increased greatly. It's the watermark of waste is at plus with the waste from the COVID-19. The practice of hazardous waste treatment in our country, so most of the hazardous waste as treated or recycled by private sector, private enterprise. It's not many in public. Those are the private. The discharge of sludge and toxic liquid inside the wastewater effluent stream is contained a very large amount of the sludge with heavy methane content. Also, belong to hazardous waste. The reuse and recycle of the recyclable material is still improper, and informal recycling is not formal. You can see some picture from the storage of hazardous waste in some city. We have some starts from painting and some industry, so it can be stored. It not hazardous waste collection 19 epidemic in large cities such as Ho Chi Minh City, Hanoi City, and Da Nang City. The estimated quantity of hazardous waste related to COVID-19 is about 18 ton per day to 7 8 ton per day collected from 100 concentrated isolation area and as a field hospital. Waste from the COVID-19 in our country. We have the legal framework on hazardous waste management, especially coming from the top work like law, environment protection in 2014, and the new one, the 2020, it will be effective from next month, the 1st of the January 2020. The decree is under the law. We have the decree 38 concerned with the generator of hazardous waste, concerned with the function of the non-red waste generator, of the waste operator, as well as waste treater. So the request operator of the facility for the treatment of the hazardous waste must apply to the MONRE. MONRE is the highest organization authority for controlling of the management of hazardous waste in our country. While the given the license for operating of the hazardous waste facility, as well as the hazardous waste collection and treatment, controlling of generator of the. We also have the under the decree of years. We have circular 36 is under the 30, so it's rated on hazardous waste management. The concerned with the definition of the what kind of the way to belong to the hazard or belong to the corrosive or something. You can see from the list and recognize how to recognize of the we also have the system of national technical regulation concerned with the whole processing of hazardous cement kiln. Concerned with the handcare waste incinerator, that's industry incinerator, infectors, healthcare waste, autoclave, as well as the recycling of waste oil. So we have national technical regulation to controlling of the other relevant document concerned with the section 16 issue on recall and of discuss products. We also have the joint circular between the Ministry of Health and Ministry of National Resource and Environment. With the regulation on medical waste management. Just some information about the hazardous waste treatment facility in Vietnam. Since 2015 to 2018, so we have the number of the two-chamber static incinerator is increasing from the 472. The other kind of incinerator as a rotating girder co-processing in cement creams also increasing from the 2 to security in our whole country. So far we have only 6 to disposal of the hazardous waste in the secure way, safety way. We also have solidification. We have the treatment and recycling of waste oil, treatment and recycling of the fuel and steel, e-waste treatment facility, and recovery for treatment, cycling of the and electricity. So we can see from here the number of facility in 2015 in compared 2018. So it's increased a lot of the development of hazardous treatment facility. However, the facility of the hazardous waste treatment in very small scale with the mainly as handled by the private sector. Some picture on the incinerator for treatment of the industrial waste. This is the new one in Hanoi City from the subsidized by Japanese government. Here's the incinerator for the medical waste in some province and some city in Vietnam. It's in Hanoi City and it is from Bình Dương. You can see some different kind of the cities, a different kind of the incinerator, and the maximum capacity of the incinerator is 75 ton per year with the some picture of secure landfill or safety landfill. However, some places in Vietnam they still disposal of hazardous waste without any control. So this one is a good one, but this one is still not. Such facility also can be handled in some places is a very good way with the recycling of the sludge with heavy metal, so it makes solidification of the sludge it make some material for the for the building material of the something like that. The picture of the recycling of organic waste also the solidification and recycling in Hanoi. In Da Nang City, they also have the treatment and recycling of plastic oil. But however, this one is still under researching, is not scaling up to the COVID-19 waste management. You can see from here, we had COVID-19 waste can be controlled according to the hazardous waste operation. We call it circular it's between the Ministry of Health and Ministry of Natural Resources and Environment in 2015. According to especially the COVID-19 waste, according to the Ministry of Health, this kind of oasis have to follow the direction of the decision number Japan report number 5188. So we also have the special storage bin side of the let the people know danger of it. So also the ministry can have the procedure for handling of the waste and to avoid of infected. So for who has exposure to the COVID-19 waste have some following some procedure during the COVID waste management. We have some key issue like I informed before, but the key issue of the hazard waste management in Vietnam now is lacking of suitable technology. Although the technology of the hazard waste treatment had been made some positive change, but it still had the small scale like I informed before, and there's no technology to treatment of some types of focus on investment of treatment and recycling technology for waste. Because the value of waste recovery from the hazardous waste still very little value. Oh, for the future, the Vietnamese government had issued the decision number 91 national strategy on solid waste management up to the year 2025 with the vision until 50. And in this decision had pointed 2020 100% of total amount of hazardous coming from own activity must be collected, transported, treated to meet the environmental protection. Also, and to encourage and development treatment facility capable of recycling and treating of various type of hazardous waste, it should be have some new policy and some encouragement for the people who has the investment and that's kind of and scaling up the recycling and reuse of hazardous waste. So for the hazardous waste, in the future, concerning the technology, so it should make almost 50 to 70 to 75% to be recycled and recovery according to the many way, and only 10 to % inert substances to be solidification, and then use building material. Only 20% or less than 20% to the secure. So other liquid waste, hazardous waste can be treated by chemical and physical treatment facility, and also and then
Professor Time, I'm sorry we had around 2 minutes.
Yes, have very few percentage of treatment to rid of hazardous flies ash and then acidification for coming to use this book. So it means that for the future, considering the technology, so we will encourage of the recovery and recycling activity, and the development of the recycling industrial park will be developed to recover of the own recyclable hazardous waste. In order to reduce of the export from other treatment of medical waste, so we changing from incineration to the sterilization system, use of the secondary pollution situation. So that's some information we would like to share with you. The presenter would like to thanks to all college friends and authority.
Thank you very much, Professor Tai.
Thank you very much for your attention.
Very interesting and informative presentation on the hazardous waste management in Vietnam. We saw that the hazardous waste generation increasing very fast, reached to 2 million tons in the last year, and also the number of treatment facilities is also increasing very fast. Now, for the next presentation, I would like to invite Dr. Chen Dinh from Hanoi University of Natural Science for representation on the study on characteristics of plastic waste and microplastic at dumpsite landfills in the north of Vietnam. I would like to remind the presenter that we are quite back behind the schedule, and please keep the timing 10 minutes for the presentation. So, Dr. Chen, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you very much. Just a moment, I will share my presentation, because I think you have a problem with. Yeah.
Sorry, after you give me the time to make my presentation. Thank you.
I don't know how. I think I have a problem with. Maybe please you present the next presentation, and then I will go back. I will give my presentation to the secretary. I'm sorry. I think I have a problem with the presentation that come from my computer.
Okay, fine. Dr. Chen, you will come back later. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Chan from Hanoi University of Natural Science for presentation on removal of the DB7.1 dye from aqueous solution by chitosan adsorbent obtained from the shrimp shell. Dr. Sơn, please.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. You can see my screen. Yeah.
Yes, we see the screen.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Hello, Professor, distinguished guests, and college. Today, I would like to present to you our research on removal of direct blue 71 dye from aqueous solution by chitosan adsorbent obtained from shrimp shell. The outline of my presentation includes 4 parts. The first is introduction, and second we move to material and methods. Next we move to result discussion, and finally we come to conclusion. So direct brew or DB71 is a dye we frequently use in industrial, in textile industry. The chemical formula of DP71 you can see on the screen. The chemical structure, and this dye belong to azo dyes. So this group of dyes persistent aromatic ring and low biodegradability, and this often characterized by the nitrogen double bond, which together with other chromophore responsible for the color of the dye. And the application of this DB71 is for dyeing cellulose fabric, viscose fabric, viscose EVA, custom, tanning paper, or plastic. For dyeing wastewater treatment, because in Vietnam now the textile industry develop loss and a massive amount of azo dye from this sort is discharged into the natural water, and this wastewater contain hazardous substance, and most of them are toxic and considered to be resistant to biodegradation. So the removal of dye from industrial effluent is environmental important. So the traditional methods for removing dyeing wastewater, including the biochemical or coagulation, but these methods are costly and inefficiency, or in some cases result in the secondary toxic waste or byproduct. So we need to find a low-cost methods, and in this study we focus on low-cost absorbent. It's toward environmental friendliness, economics, and high-efficiency methods. For low-cost absorbent in Vietnam, we saw some viable low-cost absorbent such as natural mineral like zeolite, pitch, clay, agricultural waste and byproduct, including signal cellulose or chitosan we obtain in the aquaculture byproduct. And in some cases we use industrial waste and byproduct like fly ash and resmut. And in this research we focus on chitosan. As we can see, on the screen is the chitosan in two forms. It's a powder and in a flake form. The color is white or light yellow. And this chemical is non-soluble in water and alkali solution or acid solution, but it's soluble in diluted organic acid like acetic acid, and the chitosan in neutral is charged and easy for chemical modification. That's why we use it. And now this absorbent is biodegradability and non-toxic and safe for humans. And you know that the fishery and agriculture industry in Vietnam is well developed, especially recently. And you can see the number of ton of fishery and aquaculture increased more than 2 million tons among 10 years from 2000 to 2010. And mostly the increasing come from aquaculture because the fishery is constantly during the time. And in fishery and aquaculture in Vietnam, shrimp or other product like shrimp or crab contribute a lot, like you can see in we have more than 218,000 hectares for stream aquaculture. So this in this study we choose shrimp shell, a byproduct in food processing company, and for shrimp shell we in this study we collect in local markets in Hanoi, and the pollutant we choose here is DB71, and we buy from Sigma Andric. And for chitosan absorbent publication, we collect the shrimp shell and clean with water. After that, we use some chemical methods such as demineralization, deprotein, decolor to produce the chitin. And from chitin, we use the acetylation process to produce chitosan. You can see it there. And for DP71 analysis, we use UV this equipment with some with the external standard like with very high paradigm efficiency. And for chitosan characterization, we use SCM and also IR spectrum. And for the result discussion, first is the image of chitosan. You can see the surface is quite flat, and it's a typical image of chitosan. And for we use the zeta potential to measure the charge of the surface of the absorbent, and we determine that the pH, PZC or pH point of zero charge is 70.7.2. And for FTIR spectrum of chitosan before and after absorption, we found that there are many functional groups of chitosan appear in the surface area, and we compare to the standards to determine that the purity of the sample. And for the treatment efficiency or DP71 removal, we studied the effect of affecting factors such as pH, initial concentration, and here is so the effect of pH on DP71 removal, and we can see that at low pH the removal efficiency achieved very high, and at higher pH removal efficiency is lower. So this result is agree with pH PZC of the absorbent. And the effect of initial concentration of DP71 on removal. So the absorbent can work well in the initial concentration from 20 to 25, 30 to 35. And the effect of dose or the amount of absorbent per in the solution, and we found that the dose of 4 grams per liter is optimal dose in this study. And the effect of time so that the absorption process happen very quickly and rapidly, especially at the first 30 minutes, and at 30 minutes the absorption reach equilibrium. From all the experimental results, in this study we also propose a mechanism of the interaction of chitosan with DP71 diet, and we propose that the NH3 in Chusan can attack or binding with the ONS DZO, the negative charge in the DP71, and the most influent mechanism here is cation exchange mechanism. So for conclusion, this study has successfully publicated the chitosan from shrimp cell. It's a waste product from local mastiff or from food processing company, and the absorbent characterization have characterized by SEM, FTIR. We found out the typical functional group of chitosan. However, in FTR, so that the publication process is not fully remove the acetate group. There is still some acetate group, so we need to improve this process. And the zeta potential, so the pH 0.0 charge is or pH PZC is 70.2, and the absorbent have effectively removed DP71 from wastewater with the most suitable condition in pH 3, the initial concentration of 35 milligram per liter, the dose of 4 gram per liter, and 30 to 60 minutes. And this study also proposed the mechanism for DP71 removal by chitosan absorbent. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chong Lan Sơn. It is very interesting study for using the waste from the shrimp shell to make it useful absorbent for the removing of the dye. Yeah, thank you very much. For the next presentation, we would like to invite again Dr. Chen Ding-Ching from Hanoi University of Natural Science. Please, Dr. Ching.
Yes, thank you very much, the Chairman. Good afternoon. My name is Chen Ding-Ching, coming from the Vietnam National University of Science, and today I would like to present our result as a part of a collaboration between the CINTIF and our key laboratory of advanced material for green growth. So the topic today I will present primary result on the characterization of plastic waste at dump sites and landfill in the north of Vietnam. It is in the so the next place. First of all, I will present the context of plastic waste in Vietnam, and then the sampling procedure, and then I will present you the physical chemical characterization of plastic waste that we collected, and then the results on the analysis and discussion, and finally the conclusion and perspective. Next please. So as you probably know, in Vietnam we generate about 2.5 million tons of plastic waste annually, and the about 0.7 million tons will end up in the ocean, accounted for about 6% of the global mass. And on the average, each household use about 1 kg of plastic bag per month. And the two largest cities in Vietnam, in Hanoi and Ho Chi Minh City, release about 80 tons of plastic waste per day. Next, please. And here is the picture about the position that Vietnam is among 10 most contributor of plastic waste into the ocean, with about 0.7 million tons per year. So that, yeah, and next one, please. Yeah, and according to the different research in Vietnam, the solid waste contained about 8 to 12% of plastic waste, and more than 10% of plastic waste and bags are not reused and completely discarded into the environment. And of course, the plastic waste and recycle at very low rate, and another figure that you can see, it's about 70% of municipal solid waste or household solid waste treated in large cities, and only for about 40% in rural areas. Next, please. Yes, and of course, you can see the consequences of this context and situation in Vietnam that cause pollution mostly in the coastal lines and the ocean. Next, please. Here are some pictures that you can see and even appeared in the area in Vietnam. Next, please. Yeah, so yeah, we would like to see, yes, in our project, we would like to see the generation of plastic waste at different sources, such as household, supermarket, and industrial sector, etc. And then we would like to see how and they behave in the at the end of their life and in the dump site and landfill. And then we look at different typical landfill in the north of Vietnam that's close to the largest river in the north of Vietnam, that is Red River. Yes, and you can see we collect a sample around in Hanoi and Bắc Giang and Nam Dinh province. Nam Dinh province is where the that's situated the river mouth. Yeah, so the water flow will go to the ocean. Yes, so next one, please. Here's some picture that we took during our sampling campaign in Nam Dinh province. We used the ASTM standard for the collection of waste, and then we sort and select the plastic waste, and the objective is to see the proportion of different types of plastic waste and see how much plastic waste that we can recycle from the dump site and landfill, and then how much the other. So we could not recycle. And yeah, so next one, please. Yeah, here's another dump site in Nam Dinh province in Nghĩa Hưng district. The next one, please. Yeah, so here's another dump site in Yên Thế, Bắc Giang province. And next. Yeah. Here are some pictures that we took in the Lam Sơn Hill. The largest one in the north of Vietnam. It's about 157 hectares, receiving about 8,000 cubic meters solid waste per day from the city. Next. Yeah, here's some picture that we collect the plastic and waste. And then we prepare them in the laboratory for further analysis. Next. Yeah, there are some picture. Yeah, pictures about the wastewater. Yeah, wastewater that we collect on the different water from the dump site and landfill. Next. Yeah, this one is a process of cleaning and sorting before the analysis. And next. Yeah, you can see here different types of plastic waste that we collected from the dump site. And then we will use different method for the calculation to identify and quantify the type of plastic waste and proportion, their proportion. And next. So how to identify and quantify the proportion of different types of plastic waste? We use first of all the physical chemical property of plastic waste by using this method, that is chemical method, that allow us to identify the different types of plastic like PS and PP, PE, PET, etc. That you can see different steps in the figure. The next one, please. We use also the burning test to confirm the different types of plastic waste in the collected from the dump site and landfill. Next one. Yes, here are some pictures about our facility that we use for the analysis in the laboratory. Next one. Yes, we use SCM EDH to see the surface area and the composition of plastic waste. We use FTIR for the identifying the functional group, so that allow us to see the PE, PP, or PS, or other types of plastic, and it's XRF analyzer to measure the quantify of different elements in the plastic waste. The next one, please. Of course, we use other IC chromatography and GCMS HPLC to measure other pollutants collected from the leachate from dump site and landfill, such as heavy metal, COD, BOD, DO, and organic compounds, and microplastic. And the next one, please. Yeah, the next one. Here I would like to present to you some results that we observed by the FTIR that allow us to confirm the presence of polyethylene, the PE, and the PS from ENT sample. The next one, please. Yes, that's also the PP from the plastic waste from dump site. And the next one, please. You can see the different composition and the SCM image of the plastic waste. So most of the elements, the carbon and hydrogen, of course, hydrogen we could not see by this technique, but we can see the carbon, and there's no additive in terms of melters or other element. And next, please. Yes, the same with other samples. And next, please. Yeah, next, please. Yes, here you can see the different elements on the surface of plastic waste collected from the dump site and landfills, and you can see the composition of the heavy metal is a little bit low due to the absorption of the heavy metal in the leachate. The next one, please. Yes, the next one. Yeah, a similar result we obtained with the different dump site. The next one, please. Yes, here is the proportion of different types of plastic in plastic waste collected from dump sites and landfill. You can see the PE, PP, and PS and PET, PVC, present in one landfill, and the other only PE and PP and PS. So the conclusion from here is that the PE and PS mostly ending up in the landfill dump site. The next one, please. Here's the table presenting the different parameter of the leaches that we collected from the dump site and landfill, and you can see that the COD level is a little bit high, and of course that vary from one to another, and the turbidity is really high compared to the groundwater or river water surrounding environment. The next one, please. You can see the heavy metals. And that depends on the landfill and dump sites that we have a different concentration or different element. But in general, the concentration of heavy metal is not that much in different landfill and dump site. The next one. So in conclusion, we are successful in combining the physical chemical method and instrumental measurement to identify and quantify the proportions of different types of plastic waste in dump sites and landfill in the north of Vietnam. We found that PP, PE, and PET and PS presented in all the dump sites, while whereas the PET, PET was rarely found in the areas. And turbidity and COD are relatively high, and especially the DO is low. The soil oxidant is really low in the area, suggesting that the organic compound, with high concentration of organic compound. In perspective, we are conducting our analysis on organic persistent compound like PAS and PCB from the latest collected from the area, and we are also analyzing the microplastic found in the dump site and landfill, and we will have soon the results. So thank you very much for your attention, and we would like to express our gratitude to CINTIP community for the financial support this project. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chin. I think your presentation provides us evidence that the PET plastic is not there in the landfill. So I think most of PET plastic is recycled. This is very, very interesting finding from your study. Thank you very much. And for the next presentation, I would like to introduce again Dr. Đinh Quang Hưng from Hanoi University of Science and Technology for the presentation of assessment of impact from non-tariff measures on recyclable waste to Vietnam. Please, Dr. Hưng, please keep your presentation within 10 minutes. Now it's 3 to 4, so we will have to 4:10. Yes. Please, Dr. Hưng. No, no. Dr. Hun, please unmute your micro. We cannot hear you.
Thì unmute.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I have problem with
please
using
use the
this.
timing, 10 minutes. Just 10 minutes, please.
Okay, thank you. So good afternoon again. So I'm very happy to be here for a second chance to present our research topic with the assessment of the impact of the non-tariff measure on recyclable waste to Vietnam. So in our presentation today have the three parts for the overview of the recycling waste in Vietnam. The second is the assessment of impact to Vietnam and the final is the conclusion. For the overview, because of the time limitation, we just briefly introduce about the waste recycling in Vietnam and also some main issue about the craft management, also the non-tariff measure on craft and its impact. So for the waste recycling in Vietnam, so may I skip some general information. So we have found that in waste recycling in Vietnam, so some limitation of the craft processing. The first thing is the small and medium scale cannot meet the requirement on product quality and environmental protection. And the second is medium and low technology. So for the recycling from the scrap is mostly the technology is medium and low technology. So that means it's because of the environmental issue and also the low efficiency in the production. And for the challenges, it's that means for the challenges for the waste recycling sector, it's environmental pollution, and also the shortage of the appropriate and effective support policy frameworks and appropriate development planning, and also the unfair competition between the formal and informal sector for the recycling. For the management of the crop in Vietnam, so we have we have the law and we have some degree, circular and other for the supporting for the management of the waste recycling in Vietnam. So I would like to skip this slide for that. And the thing is, we have the national technical regulation on the imported of the grass. Based on that technical regulation, so we control the quantity of the imported crop into Vietnam through the technical regulation and methods of the inspecting and inspecting the quantity of the waste. West we have the based on this technical regulation, so materials and management regulation to regulate the behavior of the related organization and individual includes by organization and individual for importing and using the discard material as a raw material for production. And the thing that's from that national technique, so the state management agency in charge of the import and use of the discard material and organization evaluating the conformity of the imported crop quality. We have some regulation and crop importer. So we have based on that, on the importer, I mean the crop importer have to meet the requirements based on some regulation, like for the requirement of the environmental, the quality and quantity of the crops, and also the thing that on the imported crop so have to be inspected by the regulation, for example, for the like randomly inspected based on the quality of the container imported. So from at the from point of view, so nowadays we have the like the trend of the international trading of the recyclable material. So the thing that we have to we have the trending for the increase of the trade of the recycled waste. So what we have to do is the challenges and for the to control and for the recycling of the waste. And in this slide, we saw the picture of the recycling in China, and it shows that from the 1980s and up to 1914. So the in China, so the non-ferrous metal and plastic also as well as the paper, it's dominated the imported of the materials since it were blooming due to of the economy blooming and the high demanding of the material for the production inside the China, as the quality of the imported crop is the high quality, and especially from the developed country like the America, like the Japan or other. So besides that, besides of the problem for the imported of the crop materials, so they have the cause the serious environmental pollution and also the other issue that you can see on the slide. So from that picture, so it leading to the change the behavior, the policy for the imported of the crop, and mostly based on non-tariff measure, and from that, so from China, so it leading to the change of the global flow of the crops because of the China policy to for stop import of the crops for the production in the domestic industry. But from this slide, we would like to show some initial assessment impact to Vietnam. So because of the stop importing of the crop from China, so the flow is changing and it flow to the Vietnam. So based on that, actually Vietnam have the many policy to control the flow of the crop, like from the beginning of the August in 2018. So Prime Ministers have assigned the Ministry of Natural Resources, MONRE, to have to control the import crop imports from the foreign country. Like for example, all of the company have to have the licensing for the crop of the imports, and also require for the require for the to control of the crop importing activity from the company. And this slide you'd like to show the effect of the decision of the Vietnam for the control of the crop exporting from importing from other country. Like so many container of the plastic crops or paper or steel or other non-ferrous metals keep in the provinces, in some like in Hai Phong or Bình Dương or Da Nang in the harbor, and but they still have many containers that not yet do a custom procedure. And on the right side, it's also the remain of the container of the crops. That's don't have the company don't have the certification of the eligibility for environmental protection, but they have the declare on the e-manifest the system. And also some table here we show on the some graph of the container that have been kept in the seaport of Vietnam up to February of the 2018. And
So you have 3 minutes. Yeah.
And so from the we see that the impact of the handling of the crab container in the seaports in Vietnam is just a violated importer. That means the importer that don't have the certificate of eligibility, so they cannot do the import the crab. And the second is the long procedure to for the company that import the crab from the foreigner from the outside. And from that, so many recycler, especially for the industry of plastic or paper or steel, have like severely affected by this policy due to of the they have to take long time to wait for the procedure of the imported of the crab for the producing processing in Vietnam. And the second is the impact from the tightened legislation. Before 2017, so plastic recycler were not interested in the imports of the plastic crab, and but nowadays because of the some advantage of the crab, because of the quantity and also the quality, so they seem have to the interested in for the import of the crab plastic crab from the outside country, outside of Vietnam. And so from that view, is they have the opportunity for the recycler is that increase the flow of the crab to meet the demand of the economy, and the low level and production cost in Vietnam. So it creates the advantage for domestic manufacturing company compared to the other country in the region. And besides that, the improvement of the registration system so allow to reducing the administration procedure for recycler, and one of the most important is the thing is the formal sector has now given a more advantage than the informal sector. They have the more priority for the increasing the flow of the imported crab, and the informal sector now have to change the production so to meet the requirement of the recycling procedure production. And for conclusion, so this is our conclusion for our research is that the evidence that the non-tariff measure cause the rising of the imported crab flow in Vietnam as well as other countries. And the thing that so this also cause the Vietnamese government have to face many problems on the handling of the imported crab container in many national seaport in Vietnam, and you have to deal with that the problem. And the things, and one of the most important problems that some container have to return back to the original seaport country because of the companies they don't have the register license for the import of the crab. And that's all of our presentation today. So thank you very much for the kind attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Thong Vinh, again for your presentation about the impact of the non-tariff measures on the recyclable waste imports to Vietnam. Now we come to the last but not least, the presentation. I would like to invite Ms. Dương Thị Phương Anh from Resoure to present the policy and legislation on microplastic pollution management in Vietnam. Please keep the timing just 10 minutes, please. Phương Anh, you have the floor.
Thank you, Dr. Thang. Good afternoon, everyone. It's my pleasure to be here to share with you about our research result on policies and legislations on microplastic pollution management in Vietnam. My presentation has three parts. The first is about overview of microplastic pollution. Then I will share with you about the current policies related to microplastic pollution management in Vietnam, and then some proposal of solution to manage microplastic pollution. Because we are you are all experts in waste management, so you know that the microplastics, though we don't have offshore diffusion until now, but we normally understand that microplastic has a size less than 5 millimeters, and we divided into two categories. The first is primary microplastics, and the second is the secondary microplastic. And the primary microplastic have two main sources, 98% from activity on land, and only 2% from activity at sea. Vietnam has some policies related to microplastic pollution management, related to waste management, about air quality, and the policies on products and goods. The first is about the legislations on plastic waste management. Maybe said that Vietnam has a quite complete and comprehensive policy on waste management, including plastic waste. Besides the orientation of the party, as well as the Prime Minister and the government, we have the legal documents, and the highest legal document is a law on environmental protection law. The update, the latest version is the law on environmental protection 2020, and besides we have the law on environmental protection tax, in which apply tax for the nylon bag. And in the law on environmental protection, this latest version regulated about the plastic waste management, and as well as microplastic. About the laws and policies related to air quality management, we have care about the air quality protection, control of dust and emission, but until now we don't have regulation related to microplastic in the air environment. In laws on microplastic in products and goods, we review all the regulations, but we don't find any specific regulation for microplastic ingredients in these products, like domestic washing powder, tiles, or paint. Regarding environmental regulations and standards, we have national technical standard on waste, such as industrial wastewater, textile industrial wastewater, ambient air quality. But up to now, microplastic parameters are not yet regulated in these technical regulation and standards. Some results we have achieved until now in microplastic and plastic waste management. The first is awareness of the need to strengthen the management of plastic waste in general and microplastic pollution in particular has been raised. Vietnam, the Prime Minister launched a nationwide movement against plastic waste in 2019, and also Ministry of Natural Resources and Environment established jointly the Alliance Against Plastic Waste and many actions to manage the plastic waste. This is a picture in which the Prime Minister launched a nationwide movement against plastic waste. And the policy system on waste management in general and plastic waste, plastic bags in particular, has been increasingly improved. The plastic waste management policy is strengthened, especially in the Law on Environment Protection 2020 and other some documents. And the issue of microplastic pollution control is initially concerned expressed in a number of documents, especially the Law on Environment Protection 2020 in the Article 73. Besides achievement, we still face some difficulties because of limitations and disadvantages. The first, there are gaps in knowledge, understanding, and policies on the management of microplastic pollution from primary sources. We don't have regulation on reduction on waste from single-use plastic products. The recycling of plastic waste has not been officially implemented. We have many problems and inequity in the application of environmental protection tax to plastic bags and the EPR mechanism. We apply the environmental protection tax on plastic bags now in the level of 50,000 đồng per kilogram on nylon bags, but using nylon bags in practice is very high. And the next limitation is the lack of regulation on microplastics in environmental standards, wastewater treatment, and air quality management. Based on assessment of limitations, we have some proposal of policy solution to manage effectively plastic waste in Vietnam. The first, we need to focus on completing laws and policies on plastic waste management. The first, for the plastic waste management policy, we should develop developing and adopting the guiding documents of the Law on Environment Protection 2020 on plastic waste management and microplastic pollution control, like develop the regulations on EPR for all types of packaging, including plastic packaging, and developed regulations specifying the maximum amount of plastic for plastic packaging. About policy on plastic waste management, we need review, update, and develop technical standards and regulations for plastic products. research and complete in economic tools to reduce plastic and microplastic waste. We can integrate content on circular economy development, plastic waste management, and microplastic pollution control. About the policy on air quality, we can give regulation guidelines and conduct inventory of waste sources, paying special attention to source of dust and fine dust pollution, identify sources of microplastic pollution in the air environment, and we can develop mechanisms, policies,
reduce the environmental pressure on environmental pollution. So how about pollution impact in your IR model? And then you can see both the economic benefit and environmental impact of the
microplastic during traffic.
that is all my comments.
For
We will respond. Thank you for the comment. Okay. The other table in Thai, okay, so the next new version.
quality of related goods and products like domestic plants and research and develop national technical standards and regulations for product goods containing microplastic such as personal care products, detergents, and promote product design, reduction of material circulation. We also promote some solutions to support instruction and enforcement, like raising awareness and sharing community behavior to reduce the exposure of plastic waste, microplastic into the environment, strengthen enforcement and complying with legal policies on plastic waste management through inspection and supervision. And my presentation, and thank you very much for your attention.
Yes, thank you very much, Ms. Phương from Resoure. You have give us an overview on policy and strategy on the management of microplastic in Vietnam, and also very pressing issue. Now, if we come to the Q&A section, I saw a question from Professor Sunil from Australia that a quick update on the EPR regulation in Vietnam. So I would like to explain that in Vietnam, the law on protection revised and was updated by National Assembly in the November last year, and it will be effective from the 1st January 2022 from next year. In this law, the EPR system is very much regulated in details, which require importer and producer of certain kind of discarded products, including electronics, tire, oil, technical oil, end-of-life vehicles, and packaging, including plastic packaging, to be take back, collected, and to be recycled. And the draft decree is now being submitted to the government for adoption or approval, in which we regulate that there will be recycling targets for each group of products. For example, 10% for the electronic equipment, and then so on, and for plastic packaging. So usually we can have a low recycling targets. An importer must take back and recycle the products based on the total volume in the market on which the the recycling target. So the draft agreement will be efficacious and helpful for next year also, so that the we will come into effect for the electronic equipment from the 2024, and for private will be from 2027, and also that will be applied from 2024. So generally, that is the information. So Professor Sandeep, if you have any more questions.
That's good. I think that's excellent progress you have made in the last year or so. So congratulations on that, because I think we have been working on the EPR for a long time now. So this is a major development and a success. So wish you good luck with all your goals. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for your question. Now I would like to open the floor for the other participants. If you have any question about the presentation in the Vietnam session, please raise the question. And we'll provide the answer.
To have more detailed attention.
We will have about 5 to 10 minutes more before the next section will start. Next section is IP session.
I request the chairs and co-chair please conduct the Q&A session shortly, because our next session will start from 15:59 p.m.
So let us one more question, please. Yeah. Please, we have one question from Dr. Mike from Iceland.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Thang. I only have one discussion with Dr. Lee Quang Hưng about the presentation about the non-tariff for the. I would like to understand the opinion. What is the major challenge in các Việt Nam open for the importer? So can you share with me your opinion and the major solution to be the contact of Vietnam now?
So please, Dr. Lee Quang Hưng, could you answer, give some reply to Dr. Mike's comments?
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Mạnh, for the question. And regarding to the policy of the imported of the crafts for the in Vietnam, so it's the thing that's nowadays when we have the interview with the industry, and for example in the plastic, so import of the plastic craft. So they said that for the they prefer to use the imported of the plastic scrap more than from the domestic waste, because of it's more cleaner and sometimes it's cheaper. Compared for the domestic one, so they prefer to use the imported one. And for the domestic one, they say that it kind of the contaminated and it not clean, and also sometimes it mixed with other plastics, so they prefer not to use that one, and they prefer to use the imported one. So that the one of the most important issue now for the scrap imported of the scrap plastic in Vietnam. So maybe later on we will contact later, and we have to discussion more about this issue later. So thank you, Dr. Mạnh, for the question.
Yeah, it's very important. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lee Quang Hưng, for the reply. Now is it the time for ending our session? In this
I request the chair please present the chair summary and conclude the session.
Sorry?
Chair summary. Chair summary.
I'm I'm sorry that our chair, Dr. Talk, has another meeting and he has left. Now I would like if Professor Roche is here, please give some conclusion remark here. Professor Roche?
Yeah. At that time, before we leave the session, I request all the delegates to open your camera for photo. Please open your camera, Professor Roche.
Please, Professor Roche. So in case Professor Roche, we just finished the session. So hello, Professor Ghosh, we just finished the session. So as the co-chair for the session, I would like to give you some conclusion remark. Yeah, please have the floor.
Yeah. So, though I could not be present here, but I was just observing the video which is running in other room. It was really fantastic and a lot of inputs what is happening in Vietnam, specifically on recirculation of the West. That has been brought forward by different researchers and the speakers. And I wish that the implementation of SDG 2030 will be definitely strengthened with the help of these activities in different regions, different universities, and the other organizations. I'm very happy that not only the researchers, but also the other stakeholders also was in a position to join this session and interact. Moreover, I must thank two persons specifically, Dr. Tham, N.T. Tham, and Wong Dak, because though he is not in Ipsnon, he is from university and he has done a lot in this session. I just forgot to mention in the opening session. So, however, I'll not take much time because we are already 3:02, 3:15. Our next session, IPLA, will start. So, I must thank the ISPONRE researchers and also the universities and other stakeholders for making this wonderful and successful session. And I look forward to learn more from you on how the circularity of West is being implemented in Vietnam. We can share what is happening in India. There are a lot of activities which are happening in India. And culturally, Vietnam, India are very close. So we can always collaborate. And thanks to all for your support and cooperation for the movement of Icon SDM payment. I look forward to have more session and more such collaboration in next year and also in the next Icon SDM 2022. So I cordially invite all of you, possibly physically, to be present in India in 2022 November, December. Thank you very much and over to the chair.
Thank you very much, Professor Gross. On behalf of the ISPONRE Vietnam, we would like to express our sincere thanks to Darapur University, to Akila, on inviting us to have a participation session for Vietnam today. We would like to express our sincere thanks also to our presenters who come from the Hanoi University of Science and Technology, from Hanoi Civil Engineering University, from Hanoi National University for their contribution for the day presentation today. So we would like to wish you health and success and happiness, and we hope that we will overcome the COVID situation and again in India or in Hanoi in Vietnam. Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah.
Sure, sure. And my secretary is requesting all of you to show your face by opening your camera so that they can take a photograph.
Okay.
All of you, please, who are here. I can see Sunil, Mr. CRC, Anupam, and all our friends. Please. Thank you. Thank you. So we'll be starting our next session at 3:15 E-class session. So you are welcome to join there. Mr. CSC Mohanty will be conducting the session. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'll join again.
Thank you.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Professor Ghosh, just to check with you, we have still 5 minutes.
Yeah. If the people are there, then you can start at time, on time.
Yes, certainly.
Yeah. Our secretariat is ready. Thank you. Thank you. Hi, Kim Thai. How are you? After a long time. Yeah. You know that I was referring to the gift which you gave to me, the recycled product. It is still displayed in my house. And everybody can see that this is a product from Vietnam, the recycled product.
Not say that 30 years ago and today the change is
Your microphone. Put your microphone on. Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, I hope to see you in India. I lost many chances already. You, yeah.
What? I am joining again. Okay. Thank you.
Chào chị Thái, chào anh Trinh ạ.
Chào mọi người.
Xin chào nhá.
Em chào.
Ok. Good afternoon in Vietnam. Long time to see Indian as a friend.
Cái section của mình là finish rồi đúng không?
Chị Thái vừa section khác ạ. Vừa nãy em cũng vào thử cái section 3.
Tạm dừng.
This session is completed. Just to check, Sunil, are you here?
Here.
Okay. I would like to check whether all our participants, intended presentators, Terajono-san, you are here with us. Then
Christina is not there yet.
Mr. Akira Sensui is also here. And Mr. Tetsuo Suiguchi, the president, is also with us. Okay, nice meeting.
Yes, yes.
Thank you. And then Christine?
Not yet.
Okay, not yet.
So,
Dr. Singh is there, Kulban Singh is there.
Yes, I was there.
yes.
Is there.
Anthony is not here yet.
Yes.
And Vladimir.
Vladimir, okay. Quite a number of our panelists, 2-3 numbers, are unable to join today. So maybe we will involve the floor as much as possible for the panel discussion.
Mohanty sir, Vladimir is here. Vladimir has joined.
Oh, Vladimir has joined. Okay, good. So then we are waiting for only Christine. Christine and Anthony Chu. Okay.
I just need to check with the host. They can share their own slides, right? Each participant, each presenter.
Participants, correct.
Yes, Anupam. Yes.
They
Yes,
will
Anupam.
manage.
Yes.
They will manage by themselves so that it is easier for them to handle.
Okay.
If there are any issues, you can send or contact us here, ISW MAW Secretariat. You can just write in the chat. We will send in the mail ID and we can you can send your PPT. We can share with you. Okay, we can share from our end. But you should be able to. It's very easy.
Yes, yes.
Okay, we still have 2 minutes. Anupam, if you wish, you can try it out once. We still have 2 minutes to start the program. With your due permission, Mohanty sir.
Yes, yes. Okay, it is working. Perfect.
Is it okay?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. You can make it full screen.
Is this fine?
No, not
Yeah,
yet.
fine.
Not yet.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
I would like to check whether our emoji
Japanese, they can.
they were thinking to attend. They are here.
Yes, I'm Vijay sir. Yamamoto-san is.
Okay. I see. Okay. Okay. Yes, Yamamoto-san, nice to see you.
Good evening to everyone. Myself, Ruktin Dasgupta, on behalf of ISW, MAW and other partner organizations, welcome all to this special session 6, IPLA ISDG Partnership. It's an honor having amongst us Chair and Facilitator, Mr. Chaudhry Rudracharan Mohanty, Environment Program Coordinator, United Nations Center for Regional Development, UNCRD, BSDG, and UNDESA Japan. All participants in the special session are to remain in the default mute mode. Speakers may be unmuted only when requested. On request, the camera may be put on, else it will be off. All the presentations will be rated for ICON SWM CV Excellence Award 2021. I request respective responsible persons to kindly put the rating for each of the presentations on the rating sheet, which is already provided to you. I request to adhere to the duration of presentation time of 12 minutes to avoid delay. The question answer session will be at the end of all presentation. Questions and queries may be asked only in the chat box to specific speakers. The chairs kindly write the chair summary of the session present at the session end and send it to our email. I request all the presenters to kindly confirm their attendance in the chat box. Please make a note, I repeat, all the presenters kindly confirm your attendance in the chat box. I request the chairs to kindly start the session with your opening speech.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Das Gupta. Very good afternoon. Probably morning for somebody, evening to all the delegates, participants. On behalf of UN Shared, UN DESA, together with the ICON SWM Secretariat, we would like to welcome you to this special IPLA session. Let me tell you what is IPLA a little bit, because some of you may be new to this IPLA session. IPLA stands for International Partnership for Expanding Waste Management Services of Local Authorities. This is a SDG partnership which was launched in 2011 at the UN headquarters in New York. All of us know that the waste volume is increasing. The waste is also diversifying. So there are a lot of challenges for the municipal authorities, the local authorities, who are supposed to manage the waste, the municipal waste at the end. Have a lot of challenges. They have capacity challenges, they have financial challenges, they have institutional challenges, and they have the technological challenges. So expanding their capacity is extremely important. At the same time, let me tell you that the municipalities in the developing countries, they operate with a small amount of budget, and out of that budget, the lion's share, almost 90% of that budget, municipal budget, go for waste collection. So 50 to 60% waste is actually collected, and roughly 13 to 15% waste is actually recycled. So what is happening to the rest of the waste in the developing countries? So unless other stakeholders join the hand of the municipalities, it is difficult to manage the waste with the capacity of the municipalities. Waste are diversifying, emerging new waste streams are adding up. Chemical waste, hazardous waste, plastics waste, and various type of waste. And because of the COVID-19, now we are also having increasing amount of the medical wastes, like mask, like many other medical waste that is being generated. So how the municipalities will be managing unless the other stakeholder join? Private sector, IPLA call for public-private partnership, PPP. So because the private sectors are extremely important to enhance the capacity, or to the municipalities who are already operating in a small budget. I will quickly show you a couple of slides. What is IPLA and what are the IPLA governing principles? Just very quickly. Can you see the slide? Anupam,
Yes, sir.
can you see the slide?
Yes, sir. Can see that slide. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes.
This is IPLA. The logo you can see here. Here you see there are many logos here. Some are Global Secretariat. For example, recently, the International Society for Waste Management, Air and Water, you see the logo here, has taken up the role of the Global Secretariat. UN Habitat is actually the Regional Secretariat. And there are many other logos here, the organizations. They are acting as sub-regional secretariats and specific regional secretariats. For example, Griffith University, which Dr. Sunil Herath is from, who is with us today, they are covering Australia and New Zealand region of the IPLA. There are few governing principles behind IPLA, the underlying principles. The first is the partnership offers alternative in which the government and the private companies assume co-responsibility and co-ownership for the delivery of the solid waste management services. Because waste disposal is expensive financially and also in lost resources, because substantial amount of labor, material, energy and land are required for also landfilling. Partnership combined with the advantage of the private sector dynamism, access to financial resources, latest technology. Remember, most of the private sectors are the custodian of the technologies. Partnerships are indispensable for creating and financing adaptation measures towards resilient cities, which in turn are more attractive for the private investment. No private sector company will go to a city which is not resilient. Partnership provide win-win solutions both for the public utilities and the private sector, if, most importantly, duly supported by the appropriate policy by the government or the municipal authorities. And such partnership could lead to savings in municipal budget. I was telling you how much little resources that is allocated by the to the municipalities, and out of that they have to manage the resources. The whole objective is the shifting the role of the municipalities from being a service provider to a facilitator, and most of the things are managed by the private sector. This is what are the secretariat. UNCRD is providing the coordinating support. International Society for Waste Management, Water and Air is the global secretariat, and you see there are a number of regional and sub-regional secretariats. I will not go through in detail. This is a UN press release dated back to 13th May 2011 that marks the launch of the IPLA partnership. And you can see here, this is sitting in our website, UNCD website. You can go through. There are contact us there, and we also request any private sectors who would like to be member of the IPLA. You can just send a simple email, or there is a simple form, and submit to the UNCRD. Then you can be a partner. You can go through. I will not go through this UN press release on the IPLA launch back in 2011 in UN headquarters in New York. Okay, so with this small introductory presentation on what is IPLA, I would like to invite Professor Ghosh to deliver a brief opening remarks of 3 minutes. Professor Ghosh. I have to close this window. Okay, please go ahead, Professor Ghosh. I am struggling to unshare the window.
And my colleagues in the session, you are aware that from 2020, we were given the responsibility of IPLA Global Forum at ISWMW Gulbarga. So we were trying to take up all the people together in a session where we can discuss different issues of IPLA, and also how the movement, IPLA movement, can go together with other activities of ISWMW, and different suggestions from the members who have already been associated with IPLA for a long time. And this time, UNCRD, with the help of CRC Mahanti and Anupam, we could make this session where a number of people for the speech and also for the panel discussion are here. Our main objective in ISW, in most of the cases, are matching with the IPLA objectives. Of course, there are thousands and thousands of municipalities in different countries, and in India, if we consider, we had different initiatives like Swachh Bharat Mission, that is one of the flagship initiative in India, which started in 2016 to include only 75 municipalities who were very much interested. But today in 2021, we could involve more than 4,300 municipalities for effective waste management implementation, and with different legislation and others. So this session, we expect that there will be many inputs which will be helpful for our activities at ISWMAW for the IPLA Global Forum, so that we can plan our activities and objectives for few years together forward. And with this, I would also request all of us to set a target for an objective which we can demonstrate through IPLA Forum in our next conference, Icon SWM 2022 or IPLA Global Forum 2022, which will be possibly held in India physically in Tirupati. With these few words, and I thank once again Mr. C.S. Maharti, Anupa, and also all the members who have actively participated, specifically Sudhir Hera, Vladimir, and many other friends from different countries who come over here. And I expect to have a very good outcome out of this session. With these few words, I once again thank all of you for your participation and involvement. And thank you once again. And I hand it over to the chair once again, Mr. C.H.
Thank you so much, Professor Ghosh. That is from the IPLA Global Secretariat. Without making any delay, I would like to go to the first presentation of the session by Dr. Atsui Terajono, the Senior Principal Researcher, Material Cycle Division of National Institute for Environment Studies of Japan. So he will be speaking about circular economic utilization of waste electrical and electronic equipments and emerging battery issues. You have 12 minutes, Dr. Terajono. Is there any problem in uploading? Please unmute your microphone. Okay. Terajono-san, if you are still trying to fix, maybe we can go to the next presentation, then you can come back always to save time. So I can now invite Mr. Tetsuo Shioguchi, who is the president and CEO.
Hello.
Yes, it is working now?
Yes, hello. Okay, sorry.
Okay.
I changed my microphone.
Okay.
Yes. Can you see my slides?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. So now I like to start my presentation. Circular economic utilization of WEEE and emerging battery issues. So the abstract is shown here. So as you understand, WEEE or e-waste is rapidly increasing around the world, and according to the estimates by UNU and others, the world generated 54 million metric tons in 2019, and only 17% of this was officially documented as properly collected and recycled. And we also understand that the informal recycling and the environmental pollution issues, and however, institutionalization and operation for ESM is still needed in still needed in many Asian countries and other countries. Recently, as an emerging issues of batteries, a fire at a waste treatment facility caused by improper disposal of lithium-ion batteries used in WEEE has become a new threat to overall waste management. This is our new challenges for the WEEE and leave issues. So you already understand that WEEE is the worldwide issues. The photos are shown here, and it is an 11 years old, a bit old, but famous articles of expectations of serious personal computers. So you indicated that that developing countries would be disposing of more old computers than developed countries by 2018. And now we are in 2021. So, sorry, so any... Excuse me, okay?
Special session 9 already, see and space 2, all two. কালকে থেকে অবশ্য একটা হল নেই না একটা হল আমার মাথায় আছে আবার কিনে তুমি আবার চাপটা দিকে ওরকম কেটে দিকে
excuse me. Okay. So this indicates that we should pay attention to not to only imported WEEE but also locally discarded WEEE in the developing countries that have limited capacity of recycling. And now we know that the new report about the WEEE generation expectation by UNU was released. So according to this report, as I mentioned, 54 million tons of WEEE was generated worldwide in 1990 and 2019, and approximately 40% of them are from Asia. And regarding WEEE collections, so the collection rate in Europe is high, about 42%. But looking at the Asian status, so only 12% of the total WEEE is properly collected and recycled. So this, I think this is our current and urgent issues. So this is from our original investigations. So I mean the relationship between GDP capita and in-use stock per capita, taking the case of mobile phones. So in the right, in the left slide, left pictures, so we can understand that in the developed countries, according to the economic growth, the in-use stock per capita of mobile phones are also increased, but also in developing countries, in-use stock per capita of mobile phones is growing, has been growing so fast regardless of economic levels. This is our WEEE or E-based issues. And this is also the very famous report by Basel Action Network and the SBTC. The title is "Exporting Harm," that indicated the environmental pollutions by informal recycling has been spread in the Asian countries. And we also surveyed the similar problems in the Philippines, the junk shop, the downtown. And also, we investigated the metal concentration distributions around informal smelting site of e-waste, and we understood that gold loss and soil contaminations have been spread in those informal recycling sites. And next, emerging battery issues. So you can find the many major electronic devices in which lithium-ion batteries are used, from tablets to the cleaners. Rechargeable batteries are included in those devices. And we also often see that the fires at crushing facilities of plastic packaging waste or non-combustible waste, like here in the crushing process, lithium-ion batteries can easily make fires. And finally, in some cases, they're completely burnt of the recycling facilities due to this process. And now we are investigating the current situation and countermeasures for those leave fire issues in non-combustible waste in Japan. So the right route is JBRC. So, but in reality, most of the lithium-ion batteries are contained in the non-combustible waste or small WEEE or plastic. And then these make fire to collection or this kind of recycling plant or crushing process, blah, blah, blah. And we also evaluate the efficiency of those countermeasures. And this is leaf consumption in Europe and China. So in the left figure, in Europe, so Prosum project is a very excellent project, and we can understand that the material flow or consumption or any other data about WEEE batteries and ELBs in Europe. And leaf consumption in Europe is was about 30 kilotons in 2010, and currently about 40 kilotons. Almost the same. But in China, so the leaf consumption was dramatically increased, but currently the EV batteries are major usage, and currently it's about several thousand tons, tens of thousand tons are used in China. And the material flow of batteries in EU. So the red part is the lead acid battery, and the portable lithium-ion battery is shown here, and the recovery rate is about 40%, and only about 17% is mixed in municipal waste. So this is completely different story from our Japanese situations. as I mentioned, in Japan, the non-combustible waste in the municipal waste is a major root of lithium-ion batteries. So we think our mainstream should be the specific batteries collections like Europe. So that's all of my presentation. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you so much, Dr. Terajano. A very substantive presentation. And maybe if there are any questions, maybe we can address at the end of the presentation. Thank you so much once again. With this one, let me invite Mr. Tetsuo Suiguchi, who is the President and CEO of JT Recycling Corporation in Japan. So he will be talking about plastic horizontal recycling and localized circular economy with food recycling. Mr. Tetsuo.
Yes, thank you very much for giving me such a good opportunity to do presentation about plastic horizontal recycling and food recycling. My name is Tsuyoguchi, CEO of J&T Recycling Corporation. Today, my presentation is to explain our company's recent new challenges of plastic horizontal recycling and localized circular economy with food recycling. Firstly, I'm going to introduce our company, J&T Recycling Corporation. J&T Recycling Corporation, belonging to JFE Group, one of the major corporate groups in Japan. JFE's main business activities are steelmaking, plant construction, and other, including recycling business. On April 2019, JFE Recycling Corporation merged with Tokyo Waterfront Recycle Power, one of the group company of JERA, and restarted as J&T Recycling Corporation to strengthen the capability of waste treatment. J&T's T is initial of Tokyo Electric Power Company or Tokyo Waterfront Recycle Power. Since then, J&T Recycling Corporation expanded recycling business through the establishment of new recycling group companies, including plastic recycling and waste food recycling. J&T Recycling Corporation group companies and facilities are now located not only in metropolitan Tokyo area, but also in northern Japan, Sapporo, Tendai, central Japan to Nagoya, and western Japan, Hiroshima. We are trying our best to meet with dischargers or customers' needs with a diverse recycling menu and unique network. Let's begin with our new challenges of plastic horizontal recycling, then move on to localized circular economy with food waste recycling, meat and fermentation. Firstly, plastic overview. In Japan, 2019's total plastic emission per year was around 8.5 million tons. Among them, 85% of these waste plastics were recycled or heat recovery. There are two main plastic recycling methods except heat recovery. About 22% of waste plastics were by material recycling and 3% by chemical recycling. We are now challenging two kinds of horizontal recycling of plastics. One is waste PET bottle to PET bottle, and another is one of polyethylene PE's products, tarpaulin. You know tarpaulin? Tarp plastic sheets. try to horizontal recycling, tap to tap. Let's begin with PET bottle to PET bottle. Within material recycling, PET covered 29%. 85% of PET is recycled and 12.5% is recycled as B2B. According to JSDA, Japan Soft Drink Association, 50% or more is a target to be recycled by bottle to bottle by 2030, within 10 years. On the other hand, regarding PE, one of the PE products, TAP, we will try to set a practical scheme of taking out waste plastic tap for tap-to-tap recycling. I will explain the details of horizontal recycling PET B2B and then PET PE tap-to-tap. Firstly, PET B2B. Virgin PET bottles are manufactured by bottle manufacturers by using imported virgin materials. Instead of virgin materials, we are ready to provide recycled materials, flakes and pellets to bottle manufacturers. This is very significant because this recycling cycle would continue again and again, repeatedly. So to speak, domestic horizontal recycling by bottle to bottle. In Japan, recycled pellets for B2B, bottle to bottle, are already produced by some manufacturers such as Choei or Ento. This time, J&T has decided to construct large-scale B2B bottle to bottle recycling plant jointly with Choei. Unlike horizontal recycling, the problem of one-way recycling, such as manufacturing recycled textile sheets, would be ultimately discarded or burned after consumption. On April 2020, we, Recycling Corporation, established SPC named Choei J&T Recycling Corporation with Choei. Through this company, we are ready to supply recycled PET materials to beverage maker Coffee by April next year. Seven Holdings also funded to Choei J&T Recycling Corporation from June this year. And this is another topic of horizontal recycling, plastic tap. Last January, J&T and Harihara at the top of the screen announced jointly to tackle tarpaulin recycling, tap to tap. The reason is Harihara is now top manufacturer of tap in Japan, occupies 20% of domestic tap market, and offered us J&T to collaborate recycling of tap jointly. Hopefully, we will start this recycling business within about 1-2 years or so. We think mainly there are three important points to success of plastic horizontal recycling. Please add the word horizontal to between plastic and recycling. There are three keywords. First one is ability to procure correct recycling materials. Second, good relationship with producers. Third, reliable technology and cost efficiency. That's all for the explanation of plastic horizontal recyclers of J&T Recycling Corporation. And let's move on to another topic of local circular economy with food recycling. J&T is now expanding food waste recycling projects nationwide by making use of feed-in tariff scheme for sales of electricity. GNT is now expanding. In each basement, we set up SPC as a center of circular economy to receive food waste and generate electricity through biogas. Let's explain the treatment process. Treatment process of food waste recycling is as follows. Firstly, food waste are received by pit number 1. Then crushing, sorting, solid liquid separation, and produce meat and fermentation. Number 2. Through the storage of biogas holder. Number 3. Then generate electric power by power generator. According to food recycling law in Japan, recommended recycling method is to produce feed, composting, oil and fats, and meat and fermentation. Meat and fermentation is low priority to other recycling methods, but good at treatment of mixed food waste and plastics. Rinko Pack is the example of waste dischargers. And J-Bio is the SPC, a special company of food waste recycling and power generation by meat and fermentation in Yokohama, Japan. J-Bio supply electric power to UEC, which is power supply subs company. Then UEC supply electricity generated by biogas to Rinko Park. This is, we think, one example of forming a circular economy by converting food waste to energy in limited local area. Even if the range of this business model is limited, we think we continue to make efforts to form a kind of a modified version of a circular economy. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Siuguchi, for your very interesting presentation. You talked about the horizontal recycling of the plastics and how that could save 60%, reduce actually 60% of the CO2 emissions as compared to the use of virgin plastics. And also very interesting to know about the industry cooperation between your industry and the Hagiara Industries, how you are providing the reformed polyethylene pellets for the production of tarpaulin. Thank you. I think these are...
This is a very small portion of plastic recycling, but we will try our best.
Correct. Thank you so much. With this one, I would like to go to the... actually, I tell you that there are few questions raised from the audience. If time permits, I will go back to each of you, the presentators. There are simple questions asked in the... Please have a look at the chat box to see what are the questions asked for each of the presentations. Our next presentation is Dr. Christine Lian Ho, who is the Deputy Secretary General, Global Forum on Human Settlements, and she will be talking about advancing towards zero waste cities.
Thank you, Mohanji. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Good to see you. Thank you. Thank you once again for the invitation. Well, I will address the waste management issues from another perspective, more from a kind of policy perspective rather than technology. So, zero waste city is a very big topic. It's challenging to do such a topic in 10 minutes, but I hope to capture some key elements in this regard. Apparently, the world is overwhelmed by zero commitments and goals: zero emission, zero energy, zero resource, zero waste, and zero pollution. But basically, zero waste city, I think, covers all the elements of this stuff. But we cannot fix the waste challenge by just cleaning the mess or by better managing the waste. So the way forward is zero waste, which requires systemic thinking and action as it is spans across and affects the main sectors such as building, energy, water and health. So it seems to be a whole society gigantic project. So is it really achievable? Well, I think there are already cities that have already achieved 80 to 90% separate collection, and it is possible to consistently keep the waste generation at less than 100 kilograms per person annually. So it's not only sensible to adopt a zero waste approach, but also beneficial. So given the different contexts and the political regimes in different countries, the top-down approach, I think, is generally proved to be more effective in emerging and developing countries scaling up practices on the ground. We have to be realistic when it comes to implementing zero waste program on the ground, as you can't expect people to take proactive actions when they are still struggling with their economic life. So in this case, mandatory measures will push for quick changes and set examples for others to follow. So whereas in developed cities where financial, institutional, social resources are adequate, coupled with the active public participation, positive changes are often happening at the local level from the bottom up. So today, zero waste city actually is to develop a decoupling economy, which I've been doing some research on. The first is to decouple from the traditional landfill-based disposal. For a long time, cities have been relying on a predominant way of landfill, but expanding urbanization is posing daunting challenges for landfill, and this is particularly tense in cities with limited land. For example, in my city, Shenzhen. Therefore, the primary way is to move from the waste sorting or waste mixing to waste sorting, from landfill to incineration, and finally achieve zero landfill. The second, to cut down waste generation through sustainable consumption and production, fostering green industrial chain and green living. And of course, cities could increase in resource recovery, including the kitchen waste, so that the proportion of incineration and landfill remains flat and even see no decrease. But the third and the most significant decoupling is to realize overall economic growth while achieving a decrease in waste generation. For example, the Tokyo's per capita waste generation has dropped from a peak of 1.66 kilograms to about 0.8 kilograms per capita now. So there are some foundations of zero waste cities. So we have to follow three key principles: integration, systemic, and participatory. In terms of the integration, first we have to integrate the zero waste into urban master plan, as well as the specific planning and implementation frameworks, such as environmental protection plan, circular economy plan, renewable energy plan. Also, the urban plan is to specify the spatial layout and the site selection for industrial parks, where large sites of solid waste are generated. Sustainable plan will also help expand the coverage of waste treatment facilities, reducing waste transportation costs. Secondly, to integrate into the urban development trajectory, industrial structure and population growth, so that cities can establish an inventory of waste generation and disposal, and then actively promote waste management infrastructure and construction, ensuring sustainable financing and a sustainable business model to mitigate the project risks. In the process, we need to carefully consider the return on investment mechanism while enforcing regulatory and evaluation mechanism. And the last one is to integrate with urban governance. In this regard, we have to set up kind of an agency for effective and efficient coordination, implementation, monitoring, and promoting a genuine public and private partnership, and cross-department and cross-discipline and collaboration. So the second principle is to be holistic and systemic. This includes some interventions, for example, policy intervention, legislate to end landfill and to minimize incineration, regulate waste sorting, maximize resource recovery and recycling. And the second one is to take some market-based measures, for example, to establish some trading platform for zero waste products and services. Of course, last one to promote behavior change. The last principle is to be participatory and inclusive on this. I just want to stress that we have to democratize the waste sorting and collection, ensure equitable access to affordable waste collection and treatment services. Particular attention needs to be on waste management in poor communities and also on economic realities of informal sector workers and involve them in the new formal system. But there are barriers to zero waste city program. First of all, it's not a priority on government agenda, basically because there exists misunderstanding and inadequate knowledge about the concept itself. Our cities tend to view it as an option and fail to link up the zero waste goal with resilient and sustainable city plan. In the meantime, we have to break down silos across departments, sectors, and disciplines. Piecemeal approach will never get us there. Zero Waste City is a whole society program. Each and everyone is part of this process. So cities need to create a very clear and transparent responsibility mechanism. So how do we get there? I think we should start by making a zero waste city plan, master plan, which maps out the end goals, specific targets, clear time frame, action plan for major sectors, and serves as an overarching and guiding framework. Secondly, take a production-based approach by putting concrete efforts in, for example, implementing green initiative in the entire industrial chain and leading by examples in core sectors such as building and manufacturing sector. Strictly implement the extended producer and consumer responsibility, polluters pay principle, making sure companies internalize the cost of the environment. And promoting reverse logistics and a circular business model with rewarding and punishment system. Of course, consumption is a key area that has the greatest potential of minimizing waste in the first place. Cities can go for the initiative of nurturing zero waste sales, which is being implemented in China. This should include green campaigns such as hospitality sector, office and commercial buildings, community schools, advancing refuse redesign, repair, and renovation. In a word, fostering behavior change and cultivating a culture of sustainability is a powerful driving force. So take a deeper look into the management process. It's essential to conduct a waste audit to address the amount, nature and composition of the waste generated in all functional areas, and how the waste is generated and managed, which will help you reduce waste and cut down the disposal costs. So also pick the low-hanging fruit of source separation and deseparation collection for easier recycling and composting, and as well as make good use of ICT-based smart platform to support data analysis, real-time monitoring, and tracing to realize the total process management. The digital platform can also facilitate deals between the supply side and the demand side. It uses a holistic approach to integrate the upstream, midstream, and the downstream, covering all elements of separation, collection, transportation, and disposal. So having excellent high capacity disposal facilities in place does not make any sense if not enough work is done to ensure good waste separation and vice versa. But in essence, I think we have to deal with the root cause of ending premature obsolescence, democratizing the repair process, and advancing designing for sustainability. This, of course, requires legislative interventions. There I will just spend a couple of minutes to take China as an example. As you may know, China is at the start of transitioning from a linear economy to a circular carbon economy. In 2019, the central government launched the Zero Waste City program, also we call it Waste Free City program, and choose 11 cities to serve as a model, including my city, Shenzhen, Sanya, and Shanghai. And then created the corresponding standards and an index system to guide the local programs. There are 3 levels of indicators. For example, the first level indicators cover source reduction, resource recovery, final disposal, supporting mechanism, and public satisfaction. The secondary indicators cover 18 aspects, such as reduction, recycling, harmless treatment, and of agricultural, industrial, construction, and demolition, as well as the institutional and market technology regulatory mechanism to support the initiative. So basically, it requires cities to significantly reduce waste in the first place, promote the comprehensive utilization of solid waste, and minimize the hazards of solid waste, minimize landfill, and improve the waste management system capacity. Given the limited time, I cannot just go through the indicators one by one. There are 60 indicators in total. So in this regard, I'll quickly go through 2 case studies. The first one is Shanghai. In 2019, Shanghai rolled out mandatory policy on waste sorting, which holds every resident and a commercial establishment accountable and imposes fines for violations. The city scales up investment in facilities construction to improve capacity and capability, and they implemented the model of diversion and classification. Diversion means to divert bulky waste from others by standardizing the management process. For example, strengthening the management of decoration waste, regulating its dumping, sorting, recycling, and reuse. Promote recycle and reuse through renovation program, such as recreating, breaking, and dismantling system for large-size waste, especially the construction demolition waste. Our classification is to take a community-based source separation through incentivizing residents to take part in. So besides further expanding the existing collection infrastructure, Chinese cities are leveraging advantages of digitalization to increase their willingness to engage in waste collection and improve the discipline of doing so. Initial pilot projects are already underway. These regulations have been a huge success in 2019 compared with 2018. The recyclables, for example, in Shanghai, collected daily increased by some 400%. We also see a 30% increase of dry waste. So more significantly, this practice is being scaled up in other cities to boost economic growth and create green jobs. So, and I will now jump to another part of the world, to the city of Nantes in France, because Nantes is hated as one of the greenest and the most affordable cities in Western Europe. It was recognized as a global green city by our organization, which is a Global Green City Award program. Then next year, it won the honor of European Green Capital. And the city has been making significant progress since then. In terms of waste management, the city started off by setting zero waste goal by 2030 and set specific targets. For example, a 20% reduction in mixed household and similar waste, support business in taking eco-friendly approaches, and also promote a cleaner production and renewable energy, implemented various public awareness initiatives to stress importance of reducing sorting waste. I think the most significant intervention for Nantes is the responsible procurement initiative, which began as early as 2000. For example, the program was integrated into the city's strategic plans to ensure coherence of actions. More specifically, procurers serve as an accelerator for responsible business. while being responsible buyers through leading by example on corporate social responsibility. In 2017, the Responsible Purchasing Promotion Scheme was adopted at a metropolitan level, and to strengthen the coherence of various initiatives developed over the past 15 years to reinforce their links with the SMEs. We also view public policy of energy and environmental transitions through the lens of grand public or sustainable public procurement. As a result, the city promoted actions on 11 cross-cutting agendas or areas. Here are some figures to prove this success in Nantes. For example, the household waste collected dropped by some 15%, as well as they say gratifying achievements in waste reduction, recycling, composting, etc. The city's zero waste is still in progress. We will follow up here. So in conclusion, I'd like to let's say zero waste city actually is achievable only if we really walk the talk in a concerted and collective way. And zero waste city is more than realizing to the economy. It will build up a resilience and natural capital for our future generations. Yeah, that's a brief report from my side. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Christine. Very interesting presentation. A number of good messages that zero waste is inherently a multi-stakeholder process and that needs to be integrated into the urban planning and development strategies, the importance of the whole green industry chain, and that zero waste city index system that you presented is very interesting. I think it is we will be keen to know how this indexing system is being implemented. And thank you also sharing a number of global examples on zero waste model cities and how they are achieving those objectives. With this one, our next presenter is Anupam Khajuria, the researcher UNCRD, my colleagues who will be talking about role of circular economy in Industry 4.0 towards achieving SDG 12. You have 12 minutes.
Yes. Can you see my presentation?
Yes, please go ahead.
So thank you very much. So now I'm talking about role of circular economy and industry 4.0 because I think for the zero waste city we need to understand how we can move towards circular economy and industry 4.0 because now circular economy is the main topic in this conference as well. So why we attain circular economy is important. So I'm just giving the small background, move towards the industry 4.0 later on. So circular economy is made up, I prepare in 3 circles, like first is a sustainable production, consumption and upscaling. In production part, we can see with the sustainable production, we can minimize the negative environmental impacts and while conserving the natural resources as well as energy. Whereas in consumption part is definitely we can move transition towards low carbon and green economies. And in third part, upscaling, where we can upscale the waste from other industries like in industrial symbiosis, or we can create the value of the waste instead of sending the waste to the landfill site. So these 3 steps are like one of the way to understand the circular economy. When the products of the transformation from waste to energy or waste to value, and how we can say that circular economy is relating with the industry 4.0. So industry 4.0 is not step up on the industry 4.0. We have some revolution, industrial revolutions. So here I am showing how we can see the revolution part. The first part is industry 1.0 where we can use the steam powered systems. And the second part is Industry 2.0, which we moved from the steam power system to electrical energy. And the third one is with the computers and automation, which is revolutionary part of the Industry 3.0. Whereas in fourth one, the Industry 4.0 is basically the networking and the Internet of Things, where is not only computer powers is affected, is also the human mind is also involved with the networking part as well. So I'm going to detail about this Industry 4.0 in my next slides. So first, how we can define Industry 4.0. Industry 4.0 is basically a rapid change of technologies in industrial part and societal patterns due to increasing interconnectivity and smart automation part. And it is the phase of joining technologies from artificial intelligence, we can say, or in biology part, we can say gene editing or advanced robots in both in our physical and digital world. It's basically networking of intelligent of machines. So here we can see there are many network of the machines like artificial intelligence, robots, IoT, 3D printing, biotechnology, cloud computing. So all these are including in, this is not only this one, there are many more, but these are related to the Industry 4.0, or we can say fourth industrial revolution part. So how artificial intelligence is potential applications in the circular economy part, because it helps to redesign and develop the circular products and materials. It also helps to develop the circular infrastructure with the use of the innovative technologies. And third one is, it can innovate and improve the circular business model, because business model, I will show you later on, the business model is basically the PPP, which is the main theme of this this session. And in this artificial intelligence, the fourth one is increasing traceability and detectability. So these are four potential which is really important to understand the circular economy part as well as the applications for artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence can work in stimulates the human mind in various sectors. I am showing here some examples, like in EBIN, in the waste sectors, and in agricultural part, like data on the weather or fertilizers or pesticides we can use from the satellite, and we can improve the use of the farmland and for other resources. The data for the transport sharing. Transport sharing, AI helps to maintain the matching the vehicles to vehicles type, and with the demand of pricing, and optimize also their routes, and also like electrical vehicles. And the third one is fourth one is the renewable and green energy, where helps to increase energy production as a renewable energy. And the fourth one is about the water. In the water, I'm saying that we can detect the leakage of the water pipes by the AI system. So there are few examples which can stimulate AI by the human minds. So how AI work? AI work by that, first of all, definitely by the data collections, which is the most important part. But data is in the raw form, so raw form data is not easily to understand. So we have to make the data arranged by the readable format, that is by the data engineering part. And the third one is the algorithm, where the compiled data is easily to convert it into the trained model, which human being can understand. By the trained model is like we are human created by that with the computer. So it's not only the computerized model, it's definitely used by the human mind. And the fourth one is the algorithm based, where we can predict our weather or our transportation routes or the pattern recognition with the use of the robots. So these four steps are important to understand how this works. And in the waste sector, like when we have the waste collection, like transport by transportation system, and which waste is going towards the incineration or composting. So these steps we can give as a reference. Next, there are various SDGs which are related with the circular economy and Industry 4.0, because this is a nexus or synergy between them. So in here, I'm showing you the format of the circular economy where we can generate the increased wealth and also reduce the resource dependency and end of life, and helps to minimize the waste and helps to reduce environmental impact. So with this circular economy and AI, there are around 6 SDGs which are very much related, like SDG 7, which is the affordable and clean energy, SDG 8, this is a decent work, SDG 9, that is industry and innovation, SDG 11, it is resilient cities and communities, SDG 12, consumption production, sustainable consumption and production, and SDG 13, that is climate change. So in these 6 SDGs shows the effect of the synergy of circular economy and industry 4.0. So in next slide I'm showing only the SDG 12, which is related on the waste management basically. So why it's the impact on this? Because most is with this impact we can measure, and most of the changes are expected their material usage in the waste management system, and also we can parameter the shift to use of the natural resources, how we can handle the natural resources, so we understand beforehand with the circular economy and industry 4.0. And the third part is we can focus to maximize the product material reuse and recycling, which can ensure the full life cycle of the natural resources. So in SDG 12, there are around few goals, I am saying here few targets which shows the synergy in my next part, like here. So there are 5 steps I'm showing here, like in goal number 12.2, it can help to achieve the sustainable management, and in what synergy shows here is optimize the energy and resource use. It's also provide the new circular business models. It's also minimize the waste generation and new consumption and behavioral patterns. So this tick mark points is basically the nexus which we can see the effect of this nexus on SDG 12 of the few targets. So here is but SDG 12 or nexus between of a nexus of circular economy and SDG 4.0 is not possible without driving with PPP model. So the PPP model is basically a key component or key component tool for the innovation and the growth strategy. It also helps to improve the cooperation between institutes, public or private sectors to make the more scalable workers. It helps to reduce the uncertainties by allowing the long-term commitment, because if the long-term commitment, whereas the digitalization industry stands steam on the main part of the diverse sectors. So it helps to the understanding the broadband connectivity and cloud services. And the last part, it can provide the savings and innovation, specifically in the fast-growing sector is the digital one. So here, with this PPP model, I am going to show here some few of our declarations where we showed the discussion, the importance of the circular economy, and in the shadow of also Industry 4.0. In Adelaide 3R Declaration is the 7th forum where around all governments adopted this declaration. So it shows the first step is to strengthen the implement of circular economy. And the second is promote these steps. So I'm not reading the all points. So I'm going to show them only the main points, that is the strength of circular economy, and also the thought about the recycling and recovery facilities, and promote the R&D with the industrial structures. And the most important, the implementation of environmental friendly designs and low carbon, low emission technologies. So these 8 points helps to understand why we are promoting circular economy is important in achieving the resource efficient society or zero waste society. The next declaration I'm showing you about the 8th forum from India, and in this declaration there are around I think 11 steps. In 11 steps is right, accelerate and implement the waste, implement the local level actions to make the cities clean and smart, and also the sustainable urban development, and to inspire the proactive ownership, and partnership here, which ensures the partnership or collaborate with the civil society organizations. And there is a strive for the ban of the illegal disposal of plastics and undertake the sound and sustainable waste management. In the same way, they are promoting the use of emerging technologies. And the last one is stakeholder partnerships, which is the most important part. So in this 11 steps or 11 points, we can say that we are promotion is important for the collaboration is important for the promotion of the 3R, because national and international partnerships helps to promote 3R and circular economy in cities and in national levels. And the last one is about the 9th forum, that is in Bangkok 3R declaration, where we also promote the 3R and circular economy by towards the prevention of plastic waste pollution. And here I'm putting here only 3 points, which we can have to develop the effective 3R policies and develop and implement. But this is not possible even without, if there is no promotion of multi-layer cooperation. So multi-layer cooperation is most important part here. So in these steps, I'm going to show how to what's the way forward by my slides. Because we need the collaborative research. Without understanding circular economy or industry 4.0, it's not we can involve PPP. So we have to understand our strength of the new financial and business models. So this synergy between the circular economy and industry 4.0 has various opportunities to further understanding and further development of sustainable solutions of SDGs. I only show the SDG 12 in detail. So there are many SDGs which are related with these two synergies. In the last, I think Mohanty-san already mentioned yesterday about this, but I'm here to show about the next forum. This is the pre-event of today, like today's event. So next our forum is in March, that is 22 to 24th March in 2022 for the 11th forum. This is a hybrid event, so please join this event, and you can contact at 3R at UNCRD website. And thank you very much. So you can contact me at any time if you have any question. And there are some references. I have not put references in each slide. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Anupam, for talking about Industry 4.0 as a basis for promoting circular economy, the digitalization of the entire manufacturing process so that we can enhance machine-machine cooperation, machine-machine interaction, human-machine interaction to optimize resource allocation and achieve resource efficiency, minimize greenhouse gas emission, and also minimize pollution. That is the objective of the Industry 4.0 and the digitalization of the entire manufacturing process as a basis for moving towards circular economy. Now coming to the panel discussion, I would like to tell you that a number of questions has been raised from the floor and it is written in the chat box. I'm happy to see that some of the questions are already answered by the respective presentators, and please continue to do so. And if there are some questions are still left unanswered, at the end of the session we will try to revisit them. So, but please let us get into the panel discussion. If you see the program, we had circulated 7 questions for the panel discussion. Let me try to share that one. Okay, this is exactly the screen that I hope you can read it. There are 7 questions. Those who have not received the questions, the program, please look at the screen. So the first question is, what policy interventions and institutional mechanisms should the cities and municipalities fundamentally consider in short term, long term for moving to a zero waste? To start with, let me first invite a government representative to address these questions. Dr. Thang from the ISPONRE, the Minister of Natural Resources and Environment of the Government of Vietnam. Are you with us, Dr. Thang? Dr. Thang? Dr. Thang, can you hear me?
He is not here.
Oh, he's not there. Okay. Okay.
No. Someone from Isponare is here, so I think he's here, but I think he's mute.
Okay, Dr. Thang, can you unmute yourself? Okay, so actually, instead of going in order, so actually we can keep on addressing. Let me just ask Professor Anthony Chiu to address the second questions. How can public-private partnership be successfully instituted in municipal governance to take full advantage of the private sector dynamism?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Nice to see you, Dr. Mohanty and Dr. Ghosh. What happened here is that we have been always thinking a private-public partnership, especially the role of the public, is more on the policy making. However, policy making is only one significant role. There are many other roles that the public has to deliver in order for a public-private partnership to really become successful, especially in the area of resource management and resource efficiency. We understand that the government has enormous information about what kind of resources were not optimally used in the community, and this information, this kind of message is very significant because it is the business opportunity wherein the private sector can invest. And that identification of such business opportunity through data and information disclosure by the public sector is essential to initiate any public-private partnership. Another next step, as mentioned by Dr. Anupam earlier, is the data, especially when the private investment heavily looks into the ROI. When we are looking only on the unused resources or the sometimes municipal solid waste or something that it is not looking only at its operations cost, the cost of value, recovery, etc. That may not be efficient enough, or that may not be totally sufficient to recover the investment. The social cost of the public sector should also be included here. That's why the social cost, the subsidy that is provided by the public sector to the private, to the private investment could bring up the ROI, could improve the ROI situation. So these are very typical, practical, but very important steps wherein public-private partnership can take place successfully. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Anthony. Let me turn to Dr. Sunil Herath. Could you please tell us what are the main challenges, technological challenges, and the gaps the local and municipalities authorities are facing in addressing the complexity and diversity of waste streams, including COVID-19 related healthcare waste, etc. And that is basically the question number 3, which is now actually typed in the chat box for your convenience.
Thanks, Mohanty, for that. So the technical gap is, if you look at, I'll take an example as electronic waste, which is which I have some knowledge. The policies and the regulations are done by the federal government or the state governments, but the actual day-to-day operations need to be done by the municipality. So this is the challenge is. So because as you rightly mentioned right at the very beginning, the municipalities are short of resources, mainly the financial resources. So they have this job to do, while the regulations have been made at the top. So so this comes to the situation in developing countries where the informal sector is very active in recycling. So whether it is plastics or e-waste and so on. So how we can, the municipalities can handle this? That is where the public-private partnerships can come in. Because, for example, if you take again the e-waste scenario, the informal sector is very good at collection because they are very close to the community, they are well organized. So the collection part is can be done very well by the informal sector. And also some level of dismantling can also be done. But beyond that, is an issue if informal sector tries to implement the further activities. For example, the extraction of metals, which needs a lot of scientific knowledge. So the partnership I'm talking about here is therefore if we can develop if the municipalities can instrument the partnerships between this informal sector and the formal recycling sector, I think that will make the job easy for the municipality, and they can work on that gap you're mentioning. So the informal sector can collect the e-waste, start maybe some dismantling, but then the remainder has to go to the formal sector, whether it goes to another country because the developing countries may not have the technology to deal with it, but that will be taken care of by the formal sector. So the partnership is very important there. Otherwise, the municipalities alone will be finding it very difficult to bridge this technical gap, which you're mentioning in that question.
Thank you.
That's my response.
Thank you, Dr. Herat. Let me combinedly ask to Christine and Kojima-san, both of them, the question number 4. How can cities and municipalities benefit through public-private, city-city, industry-industry, country-country cooperation? And with regard to scaling up of application of sound and local adaptable waste management technologies, as well as building necessary 3R infrastructure. Let me start with Christine, and then followed by Kojima-san.
Thank you, Mohanty. I think first of all, I think cities need to have a very clear understanding about their city's status of waste management and what kind of technologies they can afford, manage, and that is adaptable to their context. For example, landfill apparently is not sustainable, which is the predominant way in lower income cities. But incineration technologies and equipment require higher capital costs, which is more prominent in the developed cities and countries. So for lower income cities, I think the most cost-effective, of course, and technically feasible way is promoting the 3R and composting. And second, I think a multilateral collaborative approach should be established to engage the potential investors, technology research institutes, operators, share information, that bridge the gap between the supply and demand side. Municipalities need to play the role of being a service facilitator rather than a service provider. Also, basically there are two types of PPP. One is at kind of lower level and generally on a short-term base, and the other is at a higher level and targets at the projects for long-term. Cities need to attach greater importance in maintaining a long-term partnership with the private sector by, for example, involving the partners from the beginning of the project plan to infrastructure construction and the technology implementation, facilities operation and maintenance, so as to build trust between partners. One more I want to add is that cities either need to have a comprehensive financing mechanism that involves different types of entities in financing and operating the MSW treatment facilities to accelerate the marketization of waste collection, transportation, and utilization. Currently, in the upstream municipal waste collection and transport remains largely the local government's responsibility. So under the comprehensive framework, private sector should be guided to expand their scope of work upstream. For example, the waste collection, waste treatment, collection and transport. This is particularly helpful for countries with limited local government capacity. In terms of city-to-city cooperation, I think cities need to be more proactive and be serious about waste management. They then carry out frequent communication, experience sharing, joint training to strengthen the capacity building and site visits between cities. For lower income cities, capacity building, of course, is a key issue to bring adaptable waste management technologies and operation systems. Yes.
Thank you so much, Christine. Kojima-san, you'd like to add?
Yeah, thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. I want to address the issue on the kind of waste management in small cities and rural area. I mean, most of the Southeast Asian countries, local governments in rural area and small cities are not able to deliver the kind of waste collection and the proper disposal services. And that is a kind of such kind of the areas are one of the sources of the marine plastic debris. So it is important to expand waste collection services and proper disposal in rural and small cities also. And one of the way to solve that issue is to formulate a kind of a regional waste management or intermunicipal cooperation on waste management. I mean, the landfill site or waste to energy plant and so other technologies, economies of scale works somehow. So if the local governments want to invite investment of the private sectors, they need a kind of sufficient amount of waste should be delivered, should be collected. So in rural and kind of small cities, they should have a kind of intermunicipal cooperation or some kind of in Japan we call it partial affairs association on waste management. So they should make a kind of association to collect waste and deliver the waste to some facilities. For example, Phuket Island, the Phuket city has a contract with private companies. The private companies construct a waste to energy plant, and Phuket City also contract with the surrounding neighboring municipalities. And Phuket City accept the kind of waste from other local government, and they deliver the waste to the waste to energy plant operated by private sector. So such kind of the association or arrangement should be very important in kind of rural area or small cities. So that is one of the big cities. They themselves they can make a kind of a contract with private sector, but probably in small municipalities they need to formulate a kind of association, and such kind of arrangement is very common in Japan and Europe or United States, but not so much in Southeast Asian countries. That is my observation. So that's my answer to the question 4.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much.
Mohanty, if I may, I just want to add one more on my side. I think given the limited institutional capacity and also the financial capacity in local level in cities, especially in Asia Pacific, I think cities should try to capitalize on the PPP to start by implementing pilots and demonstration projects, then for easy replication on a wider scale. I think this is a kind of a stepwise approach. Yes.
Yes, I think Kojima-san, thank you, Christine. Kojima-san, I took a note that, this PPP, private sector, public-private partnership, not happening much in developing countries. It's a very generic question I would like to ask. Why is it so?
Yeah.
Is it because the private sectors are not confident enough to put money, upfront investment, or the policies of the government are not conducive?
I think PPP is works some how say the urban area somehow like in Thailand or Philippines I mean how say close to the Bangkok city or Manila they have some kind of public-private partnership program. So but rural area it is a little bit very difficult. I mean, for private sectors to invest in such kind of facilities. So they need a kind of a good customer to pay the how to say the treatment fee and so on.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, may I intervene, Dr. Mohanty?
Yes, very quickly.
Yeah, thank you. Following to what Dr. Kojima-san just mentioned, this is quite true. While the economy of scale cannot be reached by the volume of material to be processed, it will be very difficult for private sector to invest. That's why the subsidy part that will carry the reduction of the social costs should come into the picture. Now, this can be happen. This could happen in eco-industrial park, but as we mentioned, eco-industrial park are still happening in the urban and the suburban area, but not totally in a rural area. Therefore, there is a call by the small and small island developing states with the same condition of the lack of economy scale to search for a small scale technology. So a technology that can handle small amount of resources recovery, that is very essential. So there is a need for some scientific community to continue the work. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Professor Chu. You mentioned about the rural areas. Actually, there is a very big urban-rural divide with regard to municipal services. If you go to plastics waste, before plastics were confined to urban areas, a few decades ago, now you can see plastics in every remote part of a country. So what type of services the rural communities, the rural areas are actually getting with regard to, managing this type of waste like plastics and other type of waste? So that is the problem actually, that we don't see much discussion happening at international level, how we can actually address various waste management issues. The local communities, so rural communities are actually facing it. So let us move on. Dr. Thang, are you here? I wanted to ask you the question number one. Dr. Thang from Ispon Remonre, Vietnam. Okay, he's not there. Sorry. So let us move on. Let me combinedly ask question number 5 to Anthony Chu and Christine. How can the interface between the local government, private sector, financial institution, like development banks, be strengthened to develop large-scale PPP projects in building essential infrastructures? Like, you were mentioning before, science park, eco-industrial zones, and etc. Waste to energy projects for greenhouse gas emission reduction, waste recovery facilities, etc. Would you like to take Professor Chu first?
I believe that ladies first must be the rule.
Okay, I think that's a fantastic principle. Christine, your floor.
Thank you, Anthony. Thank you, Mohanty. Well, I think large-scale projects such as WTE plants generally requires heavy capital investment and high professional skills for plant construction, operation, and maintenance. So PPP is one of the best ways to develop large-scale projects. So what's essential is that I think we need to create a regular, transparent mechanism for dialogue between governments, the investors, and development banks. Knowing the needs, demands, challenges, opportunities, cooperation may be possible among the parties to leverage respective advantages in shaping substantial PPP projects. Also, cities need to prioritize the resource efficient and zero waste goal and promote the development through PPP, establishing a strong enabling policy framework, formulating plans and policies for example, in favor of WTE, including the subsidies, feed-in tariffs, preferential taxation, and tipping fees, which should be based on the principle of a marginal profit, and then the full cost recovery. So in so doing, I think it would collectively create an attractive investment climate for private developers and development banks. Furthermore, the cities have to set up the PPP appraisal committee. This is a kind of institutional development to streamline the appraisal and the approval of projects, to evaluate their performance and take corrective measures when needed. Also, they need to reform the inner function of city administration. Basically, they include kind of policy making, administration, and execution of public works. So this particularly means the framework of execution of public works may be rearranged in order that it is entrusted to the private sector based on a market principle. Establish an empowered reform team to facilitate the reforms. Also, the cities need to maximize the competition from the qualified bidders, which is the ideal method to assure the best outcome for the public. Capacity should be continuously strengthened at the local level to effectively monitor the utility performance and the big projects contracts. The last one is that the policies and regulations need to be in place to promote industrialization of the waste treatment. Specifically, clearly define the responsibilities of the government in PPP project implementation, effective mechanism for sharing investment return and risks, and implement it and apply the feasible concession operation. Of course, in this regard, I prefer just kind of BOT concession, because BOT increases private financing in treatment facilities and public works. If the investors want to drive up the profits, they have to upgrade and improve the technologies and the management and operation. This will maximize the use of public works and accompanying kind of benefits for all parties. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Christine. Professor Chiu?
Yes, that's the beauty of asking Christine to go ahead first, because she almost given us all the necessary answers. What I would like to add is that the beauty of the local government is that it doesn't run like at the central government level. It doesn't have this silos issue. At the central government or national government, those ministries do not really talk to each other and have this a seamless coordination. At the local government level, LGU, the mayor's office can do many coordination more efficiently, because each of the department under his mayor's office has a vertical link to the national ministry, yet at the local level, they have a very good horizontal coordination. That's the beauty of the local level. And the beauty of the private sector at the local level, especially when this question targeted the eco-industrial park or industrial parks, is that there are already mechanisms wherein association of locators, or sometimes we call them the tenants, the association of the technical people running these facilities. In the Philippines, we have a national law called the Pollution Control Officer Association, which is required for every entities to appoint such position, such person to deal with the sustainability issues, and these are already clustered. So the channel or the interface between the two parties, the private and the public, is already formed, and then the intervention of the financial institution will make it more efficient and easier when the conditions I mentioned earlier regarding question number 2 are met. These are the identification of the opportunity. So the government at the local level should have a good information about what kind of resources that are possible for business opportunity. And Dr. Mohadi just mentioned, like the plastics now are plastic products are now abundantly used and accessible in the rural area. So it's similarly, so the output, which is in the form of plastic waste, are one opportunity if the local government can identify the volume that is available. And then the private sector will evaluate and assess if the economy of scale is met. Now, the beauty of the eco-industrial park is that prior to the using of the municipal resources, they already have a baseline resources that were generated with certainty by their own industrial tenants. So this thing that combined together became a very good partnership scheme. So I reaffirm that at the local level, at the industrial clustering, they can have a very good interface process. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Before Sunil was talking about the important role played by the informal sector, but the truth is that women, underage children are engaged without provision of any protective measures, considering the potential health risks hazards. And often we see that many developing countries in Asia, underage children are illegally engaged in waste picking activities, even though the informal sector is contributing a lot. So there are a lot of issues involved in the informal sector, and in fact they operate without any health insurance or without any any other support that can be provided with regard to safeguarding their health. So how do we have any best examples of cities and municipalities that have successfully introduced environmental, social standards and regulation taking into consideration of those informal waste sector issues? Let me turn to Dr. Singh, Kulwant Singh, who is the CEO of the 3R Foundation in India.
Thank you very much, Montiji. I think this is a very important question that you have really added to this discussion. You have very rightly said that in many Asian countries, informal waste pickers, they contribute significantly to waste management and resource efficiency by collecting, sorting, trading, and sometimes even processing waste materials. But these activities also provide an income opportunity. If there are small children, also women and others, they are involved. This is mainly because it provides them income opportunities for a large number of poor people. We, however, need to determine the factors for successful informal sector integration in solid waste management in order to design measures for integration of the informal workers in waste management strategies. It's very difficult to integrate them with the formal sector, no doubt, but this success will depend largely on the capacities of the informal sector to organize, to manage their businesses efficiently, and also influence public and political opinion on the political will to integrate the informal sector and on the possibilities for collaboration with the formal private sector and other actors. waste collection and material recycling activities, including India, they are majorly performed by the informal waste sector. As per reports that are available, 30 to 60% of all paper and cardboard, 50 to 80% of all plastic, and nearly 100% of all glass bottles manufactured in India, they are recycled with the interventions of the informal sector in India only. So this sector in waste management is apparently unorganized, but a super efficient contributor to the circular economies and helps to achieve, I would say, that the sustainable development goals also. It has to be recognized that absence of clear and comprehensive laws and policies to protect the right of waste pickers in India, that continues to be a challenge. There is an urgent need to frame and implement a uniform policy for the waste pickers to secure their livelihoods and welfare, recognizing and integrating them into the waste management chain. The law must include basic provisions related to mandatory identity cards, access to waste for collection, segregation, and to minimize occupational hazards. The right to necessitates like water, sanitation, and facilities for clean living insurance. The enabling mechanism to formalize the informal sector basically includes the formation of waste picker member-based organizations, designing an appropriate model for integration, formation of an authority to integrate the informal sector, training and awareness campaigns, allocation of working space and other facilities to the waste pickers, what we call kabadiwalas, along with provisions for their financial inclusion. I'll certainly like to refer to some of the interesting examples which are there with us. I would like to first say, for example, there's an organization by the name Chintan, which is actually, claimed to basically have a zero waste kind of PPP model. But this is largely confined to, for example, 4, railway stations based in the city of Delhi. There are, for example, on the New Delhi railway station receives 300 trains every day. So this group of informal sector under the banner of Chintan, they are collecting all kinds of waste coming from that. Basically, you can say that the plastic waste bottles, then of course all these, waste food, then also, for example, this, paper, etc., etc. And they, as a matter of fact, then they have provided some kind of facility, some kind of space for material recovery where this is moved. It's an example which I'm just giving, where, as a matter of fact, they are provided this place where they actually sorting out is done by them, and then they, as a matter of fact, sell it off. Nobody is paying to them, so the recovery of the wages are coming out of this waste itself. But this is so well organized in these 4 stations, New Delhi stations, the 4th station in the city of Delhi, basically. So the cleaning part is also done by them, and the waste is also managed by them. This is one example the informal sector, as a matter of fact, is doing. But I'll just like to add on 1 or 2 other examples also. For example, in several cities of India, there is a program, what they call wealth out of waste. Basically, it is run by the ITC company, facilitated in partnership with the local governments. And they are trying to engage with the informal sector and trying to provide them some safety measures also, so that, they have the hand gloves, they have some kind of gum shoes when they are working for that, and they are provided some kind of mobility facilities also for collecting all that, and they are trying to organize that. Under the Swachh Bharat mission, which was started, government also has prepared some kind of guidelines to be followed by all the municipal organizations, municipal bodies, so that they are trying to integrate the informal sector with some of their activities and trying to ensure that they at least get some kind of minimum earning. We cannot call them wages because nobody is paying them wages, but they try to ensure some kind of minimum earnings so that they live a reasonably good life.
Yes, Professor Dr. Singh. Thank you so much. We have two more questions. I think that's a very important point. That Swachh Bharat Mission, there's a guideline for all the municipalities to integrate the interest of the informal sector. That's a very good point. So let us turn to SDGs, small island developing states. What is happening there? I think all of us know that the issues they face is geographic isolation, limited capacity, and fragile ecosystem. And most importantly, that even though their ecosystem is fragile, they provide actually the livelihood support for these small island communities. But they face also mammoth challenge with regard to managing their waste within the limited capacity. So how can we actually promote international PPPs in waste sector that could be beneficial for seeds? So Sunil, can I ask you to
that's
some limelight on this?
Yeah. So we had an interesting session this afternoon on seeds. We discussed these matters. So you're right. The things you mentioned is exactly what's happening in seeds because of the remoteness, the small population. So the biggest challenge when you're developing a PPP with the seeds is the economies of scale, because you see these countries, if you take these countries, they also have a lot of out islands, which are very, very small islands. So having a facility in one of those countries is going to be a major challenge. So to get the private sector come in and then commission formal recycling plants, for example, is extremely challenging in seeds, situation with the seeds. So the scenario is that when you're developing a PPP with small island nations, I think that will only happen with some element of transport. So you need to ship those materials out of those islands into some facility close by, for example, in the Pacific. Most of these are shipped to a place like Singapore, Australia, and New Zealand through a partnership developed by the public sector and the private sector. So that's one way to deal with that. So the point I'm trying to make here is that it will be very difficult to implement PPP within the country, but it has to be a regional effort, which you have mentioned, how to promote the regional PPP, which is very important. And the regional PPP is the only way with the seeds because of those unique situations. So, and also when it comes to waste management, the other problem they have is that the landfilling is extremely challenging because of low-lying areas. So you can't basically dig any hole because you encounter water the moment you dig a hole. So we can't rely on the landfill. So anything which is brought into those islands has to be taken away, so that the final disposal issue is sorted out as well. So I have done some work in those islands, and then there's an interesting principle they're talking about is that when it comes to small islands, what they say is that what you got from the ground should go back to the ground, and what you got from elsewhere should go back to that country where it came from. So they're basically talking about any packaging, any recyclables which came into the country should go back to where it came from. So that's the scenario. I agree, it's a very, very challenging situation, but I think regional cooperation will make a huge difference to that scenario.
Thank you so much, Sunil. Actually, we have not addressed the question number one, the very fundamental question. We have still 5 minutes left. What policy intervention and institutional mechanisms should the cities and municipalities fundamentally consider in short term I know that the presentation made by Christine has answered some of the aspect of this question. Let me turn to Vladimir Mairer from Moscow, Russian Federation. Would you like to add here to this first question from Russian experience? Because I know that Russia is on the verge of implementing circular economy. You have set very ambitious targets on reducing the landfill and also the waste minimization, and how this is happening in Moscow. From Moscow experience, Russian experience, what could you tell us with regard to question number one?
Yes. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much, Mahadi, for your question. And it was very interesting to understand about the experience from different countries. As for the Russian Federation, we must now you're absolutely right that Russia now moves very fast on the way to circular economy implementation. In August this year, it was developed the federal project, Circular Economy, and from the 1st of January, this federal project will be in implementation. There are about there are a lot of accents in this federal project about the complex system for waste management. Of course, there are measures. There are measures from the Russian government for supporting small and medium enterprises who are involved into the projects for waste recycling. And there is a very big federal system for monitoring of waste streams and of the secondary resources streams. So the monitoring of the streams will help us to understand where their wastes are collected and accumulated, and then there will be measures to support their involvement of secondary resources into infrastructure, into the road constructions, and so on and so forth. So, 1 month ago, the Ministry of Environment of Russian Federation announced that it will be the law about circular economy. So the federal project circular economy, the legislation about circular economy is now on their development of the policy of our country. So there is a political will. I always say that if we have a political will on a very high level, there will be the political will then on the regional level, on the municipal levels, and so it's the main thing when the government of the Russian Federation, as for the Russia, when the government of the country announce the circular economy approaches. And I think, Mahanti, that next year, before we finally will provide the forum in Russia, and of course we will be very glad to understand to know about the worldwide experience in developing the circular economy principles, and we will show that we are on the way of developing eco-industrial parks in the Russian Federation, of their legislation about secondary resources, and so on and so forth. So of course we are on the first part of our way to the circular economy, but we started it here. Of course, there are some experience. Of course, it's not so rich experience about implementing of circular economy principles, but we started it. And we'll be ready to show to everybody the presentations and to show to the good cases about implementation of circular economy principles in the Russian Federation. That's all. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Vladimir, for sharing the Russian experience. I think it is exactly now the time to wind up, and I would like to thank all the presenters and the panelists for very important interventions. I think is the objective of IPLA that aims to enhance the capacity of the municipalities. There are a number of ways that we discuss how the municipalities the capacity could be enhanced, but still there are a number of challenges there. Access to the technologies and the conducive policies that is needed to actually promote effective PPPs at the municipal level is remains as a challenge. And also, it's somebody was telling that there are a number of issues that also lies with regard to the informal sector, the critical issues, and the municipalities need to take into account those issues, the social issues involved in the informal waste sector. All the presentations to deliver today will be shared in the website. I think all the participants, you may not have received all the presentations. We will be actually putting all the presentations in the ICON website as well as in the UNCRD website, because in parallel, this program is also promoted through the UNCRD website. As Vladimir mentioned, the UNCRD and the Russian Federation will be hosting the 11th Intergovernmental High-Level Regional 3R Forum, 3R and Circular Economy Forum in March next year, 22 to 24th of next year. And we also will be happy to invite all of you to join the Russian 3R Forum. And with that, please allow me to conclude this session. And if Professor Ghosh, are you there? Okay. So once again, please join me to give a big applause to all the presenters and the panelists. Okay, so now I think there will be a session continuing in this hall probably. I think the secretariat need to announce what's next.
Dr. Mohanty, should we have a group picture?
Yeah, please, that's a good idea. That's a good idea. I think nobody, Professor Ghosh, you are there. So there is a request to have a group picture. Somebody is there from the secretariat to take a group photo.
I can take it and then I will send it to you by email.
Okay, please.
So maybe we invite everyone to open the webcam.
Yes, yes.
That's all? Okay. Anupam, your picture is not very clear. Okay, now it's better. All right. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, smile and look at your webcam. 1, 2, 3. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Professor Ghosh, you are telling, but you have to unmute.
Thanks to all of you for joining this session and making it a successful program. And I request all of you to please be with us for next 2 days in different sessions and make our journey successful and meaningful so that we can take something forward from this conference and do some jobs. Thank you very much. Namaskar.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mohanty.
Thank you, Christine. Thank you.
Thank you. Really good. Thank you. Thank you.
Very much. I enjoyed very much the lecture and the presentation, the question and the answers. Everyone.
Thank you.
Christine and Cosima.
Yeah, thank you.
Oh, sorry. Okay.